session. Please be seated.
Good morning, and good morning, Mr Knowles.
Good morning, Commissioner. Today, the first witness I seek to call is Ms Vicky Rundle.
Please repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
nothing.
and nothing but the truth.
Ms Rundle, could you tell the Royal Commission your full name for the transcript?
My name is Vicky Denise Rundle.
And you're currently the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the National Disability Insurance Agency.
That's correct.
And since when have you occupied that position?
Since the 30th of April this year.
And so in that position you have overall responsibility for the NDIA?
I do.
Yes. And you have responsibility for its evidence to this Royal Commission?
I do.
Now, can I first off take you to document at tab 146 of the General Tender Bundle, and it should come up on the screen beside you there. Do you see there's the NDIA's response to a notice issued by the Royal Commission dated the 21st of August 2019. It's document CTH.0001.800.0001.
I can.
Yes. Now, can I take you in that document to paragraph 17? That appears at page 0009. Now, in subparagraph B of that paragraph, you'll see, Ms Rundle, a reference to 15,700 people. Is that an error?
No, to my knowledge, this is the estimation that the Productivity Commission estimated in 2011.
Yes. Should it be 15,700 people, though?
Oh,
There's
thank
an
you.
extra
Yes,
zero there.
it should definitely be 700.
Yes, thank you. So say for that matter, have you read the notice, the response to the notice yourself?
I have.
Yes, and you've otherwise, say for that matter, satisfied yourself that its contents are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Now that document, Commissioner, has already been tendered in the General Tender Bundle, as I say, at tab 146.
Thank you.
Can I now take you to another document in the General Tender Bundle? It's at tab 18. And you should see there another response from the NDIA to a further notice issued by the Royal Commission. Do you have that in front of you, Ms Rundle?
I do.
Yes, and that is the response with document number CTH.0001.800.0116. And have you had an opportunity to consider that document before giving evidence today?
I have.
Yes, and are you satisfied that the contents of that document are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I believe so.
Yes, thank you. Now, can you tell the Commissioner something about your experience and the previous positions you've held prior to becoming the acting CEO of the NDIA?
Yes, in the NDIA from October 2015 when I started, I ran for a period of time part of the operations of the agency when it was still in trial. Before it started transition in July 2016, I managed that until I took over the role of acting deputy, where I was looking after markets, information technology and people and culture. And I was in that position until September of 2017, I believe, and then I took over another deputy role looking after communications, media, government, policy, and I think that was the role at that time. That's right. And then I stayed in that role until I took over the acting role of CEO in April.
So you've had considerable experience at the NDIA since 2015, acting in various roles. And are those roles, have they been relevant to issues relating to younger people in residential aged care?
Some of them more closely than others. In the early days, when I first joined, we were in trial, and so I was, to the extent that the regions I was looking after would have had some people in residential aged care coming into the scheme in the early days in trial, I would have had some remote oversight of that because I had people running, when I say remote, I had oversight of it, but I had people running those regions who would have been much more closely involved with those participants, small in number I would have thought at that time. And then I probably became more closely involved again in my last role, previous to this role, where I was working with DSS and health in thinking about the rollout of the scheme more broadly and the role of the agency in residential people in aged care.
Yes. And prior to working at the NDIA, you've also had other experience in Commonwealth and state government agencies, is that correct?
I have.
And that's largely been in health and human services areas?
It's been in social policy services and delivery in the main, that's correct, in state and territory and Commonwealth governments.
Yes. Now, can I ask you to look at a copy of a statement that you've prepared for the Royal Commission, which is document WIT.0436.0001.001, and that is your statement there on the screen, and I think you have a copy with you as well, Ms Rundle.
I do.
Dated the 3rd of September 2019.
That's right.
Have you read that lately?
Yes, I have.
Yes, and are there any changes that you wish to make to the statement?
I don't believe there are.
No? And so are the contents of the statement true and correct
They
to
are.
the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Yes. Seek to tender the statement of Ms Rundle dated the 3rd of September 2019, Commissioner.
The statement of Ms Vicky Rundle dated the 3rd of September 2019 will be Exhibit 9-10.
Ms Rundle, have you had an opportunity to see any of the evidence that's been given this week by other witnesses?
I haven't seen all of the evidence from Monday. I saw very little from Monday. I saw most of yesterday's evidence.
Yes. And so I take it that you've seen witnesses not only from government, but people who have told of their direct experiences living in aged care or of their loved ones' experiences living in aged care?
I have.
Okay. And do you accept that the theme of that evidence in considerable part is that for some people they've not been able to choose their place of residence at all? They've been forced into residential aged care, they've felt.
Yes, I do.
And in residential aged care, do you accept that they have given evidence that they've felt isolated from people with similar interests to them?
Yes, I do.
Can I, before going further though, ask you some questions just broadly about the NDIS? You mentioned earlier the trials. Did they start in July of 2013 in terms of the initial trials for the NDIS?
They did.
Yes. And am I right in saying that since 2016 the NDIS has gradually transitioned to full scheme implementation?
That's right.
And it's now, save for, I think, Christmas Island and Cocos Islands, fully implemented across the country?
It's fully available across the country.
Yes.
I think it's fair to say that we are still implementing and bringing people into the scheme. I would think it would be more fully implemented when we had everybody into the scheme that we envisaged would come into the scheme, and that will be the case well, what we envisage is that over the next 5 years we would have around 5,000 people in the scheme, but we certainly would expect that the people we envisage to come into the scheme would be into the scheme in the main by 2020.
I take it you mean 500,000 people in the scheme?
Did I
rather
say
than
500,
5,000?
Commissioner? I'm
Yes.
so sorry. 500,000.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and can I ask you, just for the broader audience, can you just explain in summary how the NDIS works, such as who does it provide funding for specifically, and what does it provide funding for, and how does a person access funding?
Could I first provide a little context
Sure.
about the intent of the scheme, because
Yes.
that might be helpful? The NDIS Act, and if you look at the objects and principles of the Act, it describes that the role of the agency and other parties is to establish a national disability insurance scheme that gives people with disability and their families and carers the right to participate socially and economically in a way that they haven't ever been able to before, and it's based on the UN Rights of the Convention of People with Disability, UN Convention of the Rights of People with Disability, struck in 2006. And it's an important principle to understand, to be able to then understand how the scheme works, because the scheme is intended to work as an insurance scheme whereby, firstly, it's been set up so that everyone participates in funding the scheme. All Australians pay for the scheme, and it's there for everyone, should they need it. So there's peace of mind for all Australians that if ever they have a permanent and significant disability, or their family member does, that they'll be able to access this at no large cost to themselves, which was often the case for participants, for people with disability beforehand. In discharging the Act and the objects and principles of the Act, the scheme is required. The scheme was set up to do a range of things. It was set up to make assessments about the sort of people who need to come into the scheme and who should get access to the scheme, and that's one of the biggest decisions that the CEO or delegates of the scheme makes. And it's also required to make decisions about funded supports and the sort of supports that people have in their packages to enable them to achieve their goals and aspirations, including social and economic participation. What it's also intended to do is give them the sort of choice and control that they need to be able to sort of work out what they need, what sort of supports they want to buy, and it gives them a whole lot more choice rather than the system that they had to endure before, which was one where services were block funded and participants really got what they were given and they had very little choice. And I think it's important to understand all of that, to then, and particularly in the context of young people in residential aged care and where the scheme is placed to be able to help those individuals. So to answer your more detailed question around how does the scheme work, what we do is we first become aware that a person might want to get access to the scheme, and we either get that through data that we've been given by states and territories, or because a person may make a separate access request to the scheme. We consider all of the information about that individual, their disability, whether or not they're citizens, their age, a range of other considerations, and we then decide under the Act whether or not that person should gain entry to the National Disability Insurance Scheme, understanding that many people with a disability won't come into the scheme, and it was never intended for everyone in Australia with a disability. And then what we do is we have a planning process, if you like, a pathway that we take people along to enable them to understand what it's like to be able to get a plan, what their goals, what sort of goals would they like to put into their plan, how might the supports that they're looking for achieve those goals, and then we fund those supports in their package. Now, I've sort of skimmed along the top of the planning process without going into a great deal of detail.
That's helpful, Ms Rundle. In terms of what you say about plans and goals, it emphasises the choices that are available to people who are participants in the scheme, those that are found to be eligible to be participants.
That's correct.
Yes. And that's, as you say, something that's enshrined in the guiding principles in the sections towards the beginning of the NDIS Act.
That's right.
Yes. And am I right in taking it that what you say about that is that those principles in many respects are intended to reflect what is set out in the Convention on the rights of persons with disabilities?
That's right.
Yes. And in that regard, no doubt in terms of where people live, you'd be aware of Article 19 of the Convention. Yes.
I am.
And just for the transcript, Article 19 of the Convention states that states parties to the present Convention recognise the equal rights of all persons with disabilities to live in the community with choices equal to others, and shall take effective and appropriate measures to facilitate full enjoyment by persons with disabilities of this right and their full inclusion and participation in the community, including by ensuring that A, persons with disabilities have the opportunity to choose their place of residence and where and with whom they live on an equal basis with others and are not obliged to live in a particular living arrangement. Just pausing there, the people who've given evidence this week, they haven't had the ability to enjoy that right, have they?
I think that's right in the main.
And then B, persons with disabilities have access to a range of in-home, residential and other community support services, including personal assistance necessary to support living and inclusion in the community and to prevent isolation or segregation from the community. And again, insofar as that goes to prevention of isolation, would you agree that the rights of people, most of the people who've given evidence this week, haven't been fostered?
I think that's right.
Yes. And lastly, C, community services and facilities for the general population are available on an equal basis to persons with disabilities and are responsive to their needs. Again, would you agree that in terms of the evidence that we've heard this week, that right also doesn't appear to have been something that they've been able to enjoy?
In the main, I agree with that.
Yes. Now, and do you agree that this is a human rights issue in
Yes.
terms of the younger people in residential aged care or at risk of entering residential aged care?
Yes.
Now, not all younger people who are in residential aged care or entering residential aged care will even fall within the boundaries of the NDIS, will they?
It's correct that some don't, and when you look at our data, it shows that some people don't get access to the scheme who are in residential aged care settings. In the main, though, the majority of people do.
Yes. Well, in that, you've no doubt heard evidence that's already been referred to this week in the form of the recent Australian Institute of Health and Welfare report that said that 12.5% of young people in residential aged care listed cancer as their primary condition.
Sorry, listed.
Well, perhaps I'll go to it. If I could go to tab 28 of the General Tender Bundle. This is the AIHW
yes.
report. Oh yes, and so in the report, this is at page 15 of the report, do you see there the table from the report that refers to cancer being listed as a primary condition for 12.5% of people who first enter residential aged care under the age of 65?
I can see that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's likely, isn't it, that it might not be the majority of people, but there is a sizable minority of people who will not be covered by the NDIS,
That's
who
correct.
are younger people in residential aged care or at risk of entering into residential aged care.
That's correct.
And if I can now take you to another document, which is in the tender bundle at tab 137. And you see there, there are some minutes from younger people in residential aged care action plan project board. Now, I'll come back to the action plan in due course, but at this juncture, if I could just take you to the third page of that document, and in particular agenda item 4. And this is an agenda item of the meeting of the Action Plan Project Board, in which this AIHW report data about people with, in particular, cancer in residential aged care is referred to. And you see in the second dot point, there's a reference to the fact that that cohort presenting a challenge for health, because if entry to aged care is closed to all under 65s with the assumption that the NDIS will care for them instead, there will be a substantial unmet need.
Yeah, I can see
Yes.
that. Yeah.
So do you agree that while the NDIS is certainly a part and a not insignificant part of the solution to solving the question of younger people in residential aged care, it is not and cannot be the only part of the solution? There are other parts that have a role.
Yes, I do agree with that.
Insofar as it's not just the NDIS that will present solutions for people, do you agree that this multi-government, multidisciplinary issue will require advocates for people who are seeking to avoid entering into residential aged care or getting out if they're in residential aged care?
I do. I think the role of advocacy is really important.
And do you think that just highlights the importance of a need for greater dedicated funding for advocates in relation to this specific issue going to younger people in residential aged care?
I'm not the best person to comment with any detailed knowledge on the funding for advocacy around Australia, because that is not a function of the scheme. It doesn't fund advocates. Advocates are funded both by state and territory governments and also by Department of Social Services. But we do recognise that advocates do struggle with with having the resources available sometimes to be able to support the people that they want to support. One of the things which the scheme does do, I didn't talk about this earlier when I talked about the establishment of the scheme and what it does, but it also has some other functions, and one of them is to look at the development of the community linkages and community capacity. The NDIS is not the only party in that, but to do that we do have an annual appropriation and we do provide grants. In that grant system, we don't provide grants to advocacy organisations for systemic advocacy, because we try to be very clear that that is actually the role of other parties. But what we do fund, and we're encouraging, and it is by far and away the largest proportion of our ILC, we call it, our ILC grants funding, is a program that goes to teaching people themselves how to give people peer support and teaching people themselves how to be self-advocates. And in the peer support program, we are encouraging people with disability and other people who've lived experience with disability to support those individuals to be and to support themselves and to build their own capacity. Now, I know it's not quite the same as advocacy, but it's the other side of the coin.
Yes, but in this context where I think, as you've acknowledged, a not insignificant group of people within the overall cohort of younger people in or at risk of entering into residential aged care may not even qualify for the NDIS and need to establish where they might go. Do you agree there really needs to be advocates for individual people or at least navigators for individual people to understand where they should go, how they should navigate this system, which isn't simple and has many different parts to it at the moment, that require some understanding that is beyond most average people who are trying to understand where they should go?
I do agree the role of advocacy is important, and I said that earlier.
Yes. Now, in relation to the scheme, participants are eligible to receive funding for reasonable and necessary supports. Is that right?
That's
in the
correct.
broad?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, until the 28th of June this year, is it right that the NDIA didn't agree to fund disability-related health supports for NDIS participants?
It's correct to say that there. If I could characterise it differently,
Yes.
please, I would say that when the scheme was first set up and the agreements, the bilateral agreements were reached with state and territory governments and the Commonwealth, it was agreed that there were many things that weren't entirely clear. One of the things that needed to be clearer, there needed to be more clarity on, was this issue: who funds health supports for people with disability. And there were a set of principles developed called the APTOS principles, and what they did was they tried to describe the relative roles and responsibilities of all parties. In that document, it described the role of states and territories in mostly continuing to provide health supports for participants. I'm abbreviating to some extent rather than going into the absolute detail. What we found, however, is that in the APTOS principles, as is the case often with legislative schemes when they're first set up and other like cases, examples, the information is not sufficient to enable people to make decisions. And so we found that planners, as they were putting supports in plans, didn't really still understand, when you had grey areas, who would fund those areas. And it became evident that the APTOS principles were insufficient to be able to give clarity to all parties. So the governments worked together to develop a different approach, which is the one that you're referring to, that went to DRC in June.
DRC being?
The Disability Reform Council,
Yes.
in June. What we did was, in order to try to clarify that, we did some actuarial work, which of course is another strong feature of an insurance-based scheme, and we looked at the particular groups of individuals in the scheme that where we know their disabilities significantly use health supports. And we then looked at the sort of supports that they used, and we decided we would develop a set of principles and approach it differently. And the reason we did this is because it had been intractable, and we found that that you could continue both parties, arguing about who would fund for what, but we had to try and cut through it and reach a solution. And so the way that we did that was, we, with the board, developed a set of principles, and we said essentially the main principle is that if a health support is related to the disability and the disability only, and not related to any other health event, then it is reasonable for the scheme to fund that support. And that helped us, that gave us greater clarity, and we then looked at all of those groups that we had been looking at, and we looked at those supports, and we tested those supports and said, is there anything in there that wouldn't fit that principle? And in the main, we found that that all of those things would be funded by the scheme. Having said that, there are a range of things sitting outside of that that we also agreed wouldn't be funded and shouldn't be funded by a National Disability Insurance Scheme because they're rightly funded by other state and territory governments. So, for example, a citizen who's got a disability has the same right as any other citizen to access a health service. And if they break their arm, they have the same right as everybody else to go to hospital and have that break fixed. And so there are a range of things that we really felt quite strongly about, that participants really needed to have that same access. But to the extent that the health supports relate to the disability that they have, we agreed that the scheme would fund those things.
Yes, but prior to that point in time, the policy position was not to fund those things.
Correct, but
Yes.
in saying that, I just need to be clear that they were still provided by state and territory governments.
I understand that, but there was a position taken by the NDIA prior to that not to fund disability health.
No, I wouldn't say that. The position...
Disability-related health supports.
No, Council. With respect, I think the Disability Insurance Scheme, the agency didn't take that position alone. That was a position reached through the APTOS principles by all governments, not just the NDIA.
Well, in relation to those disability-related health supports, what's an example of that? Is it nursing services that might be provided to somebody that they need by reason of their disability?
It could be. It's probably not the best example to use because in some cases where nurses are currently used, some participants would tell you, and I could tell you the names of many participants, though I won't, who have said to us, we would rather not pay for a nurse for this particular support, even though it's traditionally been delivered by a nurse, because we can get this support through a well-qualified support worker.
Yes.
And that means that we've got more money available in our plan to buy other things. But there are definitely cases where a registered nurse is most appropriate for some supports. That's correct.
Yes, and that sort of funding for that service will assist some people to live in the community in whether it's specialist disability accommodation or their home, somewhere other than residential aged care, won't
That's
it?
right,
Because
yes.
that might be the thing that they otherwise need when they receive when
That's
they
right.
are in residential aged care.
Yes, that's correct.
So would you agree that the unavailability of funding for that from the NDIS may have had a bearing on the ability for people to leave residential aged care in the past?
It's hard to answer that conclusively in either direction, and I say that because I'm aware that there will be participants who have been able to move out, who have been able to get the sort of supports that they need prior to that decision from health services. And so I recently
Do you think there would be any that couldn't have though prior to that decision, who may have any that might have been unable to leave residential aged care by reason of that policy setting being in place?
Because I can't answer, I actually can't confirm that either way, but then I would have to accept that that could be the case.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, isn't the question one that comes back to whether or not those relevant supports were reasonable and necessary, ultimately, in terms of whether or not they fall within matters that ought to be funded under the NDIS Act? In terms of a legal position, and I'm not asking you to present a
Yes.
legal opinion here, but that really is the defining issue, isn't it?
I'm not sure I really understand your question, and if I perhaps explain what I understood to happen previously, then that might help me understand.
Yes.
You may be able to rephrase it for me. Previously it was agreed that health supports, in the main it was agreed and acknowledged that health supports were funded by state and territory governments. And
Is that via the, sorry to interrupt, the APTOS
Yes,
principles? Can you just
yes.
tell the Commission for the transcript
it
what the
stands for.
APTOS principles
I knew
are,
you'd ask me
what
that,
that stands for.
The applied principles are APTOS. Look, I'm sorry, I'll have to check it and come back to you. I know it, but it's just escaped me.
That's
But
okay.
it's the principles that describe the health, what is funded through not just health supports, but also child protection. It goes to a range of other things as well.
Yes. Okay. But sorry, I interrupted you. So
No, no.
that's the arrangement, though, that you say existed previously in terms of the policy settings for
Yes, yes.
designation of
Yes.
respective responsibility for funding.
Yes, I should add that, and the Act does refer to this, that what the Act says is that where, in deciding which are reasonable and necessary supports to fund, we have to take into consideration supports that are funded by, more rightly funded and more correctly funded by other parties. And so your question about whether it was reasonable and necessary to fund them previously, it was hard to answer because it was already answered because of the fact that they were being provided for by another party, by states and territories, if you understand me.
Well, were they, in the sense that were they being provided for previously, or was there a gap in the system by reason of a disagreement that might have existed between the Commonwealth and the states in the past?
Well, I think in the main, I would say that they were, and the reason I feel more confident about saying that is because when a plan is developed with a participant, a range of things are taken into consideration, their goals, aspirations, but also a range of things in relation to their current living circumstances and their other supports. And so when you're sitting down with a participant and you say, what else, tell me what else, what other support you get, when a participant says, I have a nurse visiting me every day to do X, or I go and have this particular specialised treatment every week, those things are taken account, those things are noted, formal and informal supports are noted in participants' plans, and to that extent they become part of the plan. It's just that they're not funded by the National Disability Insurance Scheme because it's recognised that they're funded by someone else. I'm sure if ever there were at the event that when you sit down and do a plan with a participant and they say, I had health supports but they've stopped and I need them, that would be a point at which that would escalate through and to the agency or to another party, which is how we became aware of the issue in the beginning.
Might I ask the question?
Yes.
I appreciate what you're saying, but if that were the case, then why was the need for the policy change? There must have surely been a problem that it had been identified, and that suggests that maybe some of these health supports weren't as forthcoming as they should have been, Ms. Rundle.
It's a good question, Commissioner, and I think definitely the reason that we decided to develop something that worked better is because there were issues being escalated to us, so we were aware of issues where people weren't getting the supports that they needed, or we didn't have the clarity we needed about who would fund them. And we in fact developed an escalation process, not just for health supports, but for a range of areas where there were it was grey, and people needed assistance to cut through to work out how we could get the person the support that they needed.
So it's a bit hit and miss, basically.
Thank you,
Mr.
Commissioner.
Knowles.
If you are a younger person in residential aged care, is there a difference to what you might be eligible for under the NDIS for nursing supports than what you would be eligible for in the broader community if you were living out of residential aged care?
I can't see, I'm not exactly sure what your question is sort of asking me, but can I just clarify? Are you asking me if a person in a residential care setting needed health supports, would they have the same ability to receive them as if they were in the community?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
I would imagine the answer to that is yes.
Under the NDIS?
under the NDIS. So would the NDIS fund those health supports?
Yes.
In
So if
this
they were not
region?
receiving the same health supports as they might be able to get in the community because they were in a residential aged care facility where there was only one nurse who was unable to provide them with the extent of care and treatment that they might otherwise get if they were living outside of residential aged care, is that where the NDIS would provide funding for additional nursing services for the person?
This is a little more complicated because of the agreement with health and aged care about what aged care will reasonably provide for a person in residential aged care who has a disability. And so it is hard to answer your question because none of those issues have been brought to my attention. None of those, I'm not aware of that having been raised. I'm not saying it hasn't been. It's unlikely that I would know every detail of every participant, so I can't confidently say that hasn't happened. But what I think, when we do a participant's plan in a residential aged care setting, if we become aware of anything that they would require and need, we would either satisfy ourselves that they are receiving that through the arrangements with the aged care provider, or if we weren't satisfied, we would then look to see whether we should be funding and providing that separately.
Okay. Now, you've said in your statement, in the first response to a notice from the Commission, and this is document at tab 146 of the General Tender Bundle, at paragraph 113, that the annual costs of funding disability health-related supports is presently unknown, but there's an estimate, as I understand it, from the scheme actuary of approximately $90 million a year.
That's correct.
Now, when was that estimate arrived at?
That was arrived at last year. I couldn't tell you exactly the date, but toward the end of last year, early this year, when we were preparing for the work that we're doing for Disability Reform Council.
And you've said that that would be funding for approximately 60,000 participants who would be eligible for this type of funding and support.
Yes, and would you like me to describe how we came to that figure?
Yes, if you could.
As I described before, we looked at particular groups of individuals, and in the majority, these are people with acquired brain injury, spinal injury, deteriorating neurological injuries, cerebral palsy, for example. They're the largest groups. And we looked at the supports that they needed, and we therefore estimated, with the number of people in the scheme, with those particular disabilities, and then the average cost of those supports, and we looked at a range of resources to look at the average cost of those supports, so average cost of nurses, average cost of a highly paid, highly skilled support worker to do a particular function. So we looked at all of those things, and we came up with a figure. I mean, it was much more actuarially sound than what I'm describing, but we essentially did that for that group. Now, in saying that, that is not to say that if a person with a disability needs a health support that is related to their disability, then they would receive that. So this is not a cap. It was an estimate to try to answer the question.
But is it fair to say that in arriving at that figure, there were amounts that were not taken into account because they are otherwise funded through by health through residential aged care?
To my knowledge, that wasn't the case because we looked at it differently. We didn't look at their setting, we looked at the disability cohort or group, no matter where they resided. So those participants, in undertaking that costing, those participants that I've just described with those characteristics earlier, would have been included even had they been residing in a residential aged care setting.
And was, in arriving at the figure of $90 million, was any amount deducted for funding that they were already receiving via aged care funding, instrument funding, ACFI funding?
Now, look, I would need to check that. In fact, I would even need to check my earlier reference, but I'm pretty sure that in both cases, I'm correct in saying that we didn't. We were looking at the provision of supports for people no matter where they resided, rather than their place, their setting, and irrespective of whether or not they were in an aged care setting and it was provided through the aged care provider. But I will need to come back.
Yes, if you could, because if that amount is taken into account that's already paid for through the ACFI funding, it's difficult to see how, I think on average, it works out to $1,500 per week in disability-related health supports.
It's hard to average it out because the groups are different,
yes.
And they have, so the distribution's quite significant.
Now, can I turn to the question of eligibility for home modifications or specialist disability accommodation and supported independent living? What are the determinants for eligibility in respect of each of those particular matters?
And again, Councillor, I'm unlikely to give you a perfectly textbook defined definition because I'm not intimately close to planning with the participants, in my role. But firstly, home modifications are available to any participant for whom where their disability requires some adaptation to their home and their everyday living circumstances. And so, obviously they need to be a participant in the scheme. And once you've determined that they've got a particular functional impairment, so access to the disability scheme is based on functional impairment and a number of other things. And access to getting home modifications is also based on their level of function and the sort of things that they might need to be able to help them function more fully. Equally with SDA, with specialist disability accommodation, specialist disability accommodation is available to a smaller number of people, and the Productivity Commission envisaged that there would be around 6% or 28,000 people at school full scheme who required specialist disability accommodation, and that is available for people who have significant disability such that, and where an SDA solution will meet that need or part of that need.
Yes. Is it right to say that the relevant NDIS SDA rules require that a person has extreme functional impairment or very high support needs?
That's correct.
So if you don't fit into one of those categories, you're not eligible for SDA?
Right. That's right, because there are many other innovative solutions other than SDA.
Well, if you're a younger person in residential aged care that doesn't have extreme functional impairment or very high support needs, then you wouldn't be eligible.
Yes, that's correct. In the application of the SDA rules, as you've just read them out, I would add though that for most people in residential aged care with a disability who have access to the scheme, many of those people, in fact the majority, would have access to SDA.
Even accepting that, why isn't it the position that given the desirability of younger people in not being in residential aged care, why isn't it the case that all younger people in residential aged care automatically qualify for SDA?
Well, currently, setting aside our wish and our intent to make sure that people have SDA in their plans when they need them, setting that aside, the SDA rules require us to apply the rules and therefore apply a test of functional impairment.
I understand that. What I'm saying though, Ms Rundle, is in terms of the policy setting that those rules reflect, do you think that it's appropriate in that, wouldn't it be more appropriate that all younger people in residential aged care automatically qualify for SDA?
Well, I would, as I said before, Councillor, I think that is in the main the case, and I understand what you were saying, but the Act requires us to make some assessment of someone's functional impairment, and as I explained, most people meet that impairment test because...
Yes, I accept that. I guess I'm asking you for a question about whether or not you think that the rules as presently cast reflect an appropriate policy setting in connection with the desirability of younger people in residential aged care having as little impediment as possible to leave that place if they so desire. To achieve that end, wouldn't the policy setting be better served by automatically qualifying younger people in residential aged care for SDA?
It's a really good policy question. I'm sorry, I didn't realise that's what you were asking.
Pardon me.
And it's a really good question, and it is one for us to consider alongside of governments, because the policy setting for SDA was developed by a range of parties, including the Disability Reform Council, DSS, state and territory governments.
That approach would be consistent with residential aged care being a last resort for younger people, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. Providing accommodation is available, of course.
Do you personally see that as an improvement on the present arrangements in terms of a small, perhaps, minority of younger people in residential aged care who might not presently meet those requirements for SDA?
I guess I hadn't thought about it like that before, and if you're asking me for my opinion, I would say that would, it would be a policy setting that would improve, possibly for that small group. But I am also not aware of any resident with disability in an aged care setting so far that hasn't qualified for SDA. That isn't to say they haven't, but I'm not aware, and I think that in the main it is almost by default the fact in practice. It's just that I realise you're not asking that, you're asking about the rules themselves.
Yes. Yeah. In terms of the various accommodation options, is the preferred position of the NDIA as a matter of general policy that wherever possible, if a person has their own home, one seeks to have home modifications such that they can move there?
Yes.
Yes.
If they wish, if that's their choice.
Yes. And what options are there if a person is still awaiting completion of modifications for accommodation?
When you say arrangements, are you asking about people currently residing in residential aged care?
I'm more asking about people who may be at risk of entering into residential aged care. What options are available to them to avoid that outcome, even on a respite basis, if they are awaiting home modifications?
Yes, we do have the availability of short-term accommodation for people who might be needing to go into short-term accommodation while they're awaiting home modifications. I would add, though, that one of the difficulties we've got is that the reason if the home modifications, and particularly if someone's waiting for an SDA property, if they're significant, it's also very difficult to find a short-term accommodation placement that offers that same amenity, if you understand what I mean. So this is why we currently have so many people, unfortunately, residing in residential aged care settings, but also in hospitals, sometimes awaiting discharge, because where it's not possible to accommodate them in short-term accommodation or find them a temporary solution in a house that meets their needs, if it's something that requires significant modification, we still have the same issue of supply.
It really depends on the nature of the disability that the person has, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Now, in terms of SDA, can you tell the Royal Commission how many people who are young people in residential aged care who have SDA in their plan currently?
There are a small number of people who have SDA currently in their plans, but we're not entirely confident of the reporting on this yet. So at the moment, the most recent data we have is that there are 66 people with SDA in their plan.
Out of how many younger people in residential
Out
aged
of,
care?
there are 4,700 and I think it's 21
Right.
people at the moment with an approved plan. And the reason for this is because until the rules were changed earlier this year in February, March, the SDA rule, it wasn't possible to put SDA into a person's plan if they hadn't already identified a dwelling. Once the rules were changed earlier this year, it's now possible to put SDA into a person's plan before they've identified an appropriate dwelling, and they don't have to exhaust all other options. If they've chosen a dwelling and they know it to be available, and even if they haven't, we can assess them for SDA and put that into their plan. So the reporting on that is very immature, if I might say that.
But that's 66 out of 4,721 people who have SDA in their plan. You've said but in the response that's been provided by the NDIA, it's identified that SDA is really a major part of the solution to the problem of younger people in residential aged care.
It is.
So why are there so few people who are in residential aged care who have SDA as part of their plan?
So I think if I could just describe something for you, a little more context, if that's possible, Council. Before the rules were changed in February, March, it was possible to put different things into a participant's plan to help them look for accommodation. So it wasn't that we weren't looking for SDA properties before then, because we were. We had a previous SDA rule. It just didn't allow us to put the SDA support in the person's plan until they'd identified a property. That was what changed in February. Prior to that, however, we used to add into people's plans, both in residential aged care settings and elsewhere. We had different names for this, but a common name was a housing options package, where we would pay for assessments for that person's functional capabilities, so we understood what supports they might need in an accommodation setting, and also we'd pay for support coordination and other supports to try and match them up to accommodation. So those things aren't captured in the data. All of that earlier effort and the fact that we were helping people weren't captured in the data. What we have done now is we've changed the rule so that it's a lot easier to capture in the data since February, March, and it was after that time that we started doing the plans to be able to put those in. And I think we've said in our plan, in our agency action plan, that we will have SDA in people's plans by July 2020. And what we'll do is, for any new people coming in, and hopefully we can reduce the number of people coming into residential aged care settings, it's one of our goals, they would have an SDA assessment in their plan. At all plan reviews, they would also have an assessment of SDA. Anyone who wishes to have an earlier plan review, or if there's a change of circumstance for that person, they can also have their plan reassessed for SDA, simply because we would very much like to be able to do this much faster, but this has to be seen. It's incredibly important but the rollout of the scheme and all of the other functions of the agency also have to be met.
Can I just ask you, in relation to this particular question of SDA though, I think you referred earlier to the Productivity Commission highlighting a need at full scheme for 28,000 places for accommodation for SDA.
Yes,
Yes.
they did.
And that report was from 2011.
Yeah.
So for 8 years, there's been an awareness on the part of the Australian government that there was going to be a need for 28,000 places by full scheme, that is now, and that at full scheme, the Productivity Commission estimated that even then there would be a shortfall of some 13,000 odd places. Do you agree with that, roughly?
Yes.
Yeah. So why hasn't there been a better preparedness now for that shortfall that was predicted back in 2011?
Well, firstly, I think you're asking me to comment on matters unrelated to the scheme, and I'm very happy to give you my...
I'm keen to hear from you in that regard.
And I heard yesterday the evidence given by others that the previous attempts, whilst there were some small gains, they were unsuccessful in meeting the aspiration of all of those initiatives. They didn't work to get people out of residential aged care in the way that they were intended to. The difference, if I might say so now, is not just the presence of the NDIS, and the timing of that, of course, was much later than the date that you're referring to. And the timing of the SDA rules is also much later. They didn't come into play until 2017 in the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
That's part of what I'm asking, Ms Rundle, is given the fact that in 2011 this issue was identified for the scheme, that there would be a shortfall, I think it's 12,300 participants in the scheme at full scheme would be caught short in relation to this type of accommodation. That's been known since 2011. Why wasn't there more done earlier to prevent that shortfall being realised?
I can't comment on... I simply cannot comment on areas that I had no involvement in or responsibility before, except to the extent that I heard evidence yesterday,
yes.
And I would agree that they were not successful, they failed. So if I might just say that the scheme commenced in 2013, July of 2013, in trial for a very small number,
Yes.
And it commenced properly in transition in July of 2016. So if are you asking me why? I don't understand. If you're asking me what the scheme, what the NDIS should have done earlier that it didn't do.
Why were SDA rules not in existence from the outset? Why were they cast in terms that you've referred to earlier that firstly made it more difficult for people to include SDA in their plans, and secondly prevented the agency from obtaining clear data about who actually needed SDA? They're the sorts of questions I'm asking.
Yes,
you,
I understand, and it's a good observation, a really good observation.
Would you agree that the SDA rules were introduced just too late, given the knowledge that had been provided by the Productivity Commission?
Yes, I agree that it would have been much better for the rules to have been agreed earlier. I do.
And do you agree that the rules should have included what they now do as a matter of common sense, that you don't need to identify a particular place before you can have SDA in your plan?
I agree. In hindsight, that would have been a very obvious thing to include in the original rules. If I might just provide a comment on the development of the rules. The rules, everything in this scheme has had to be developed collaboratively and jointly with a range of parties. DSS is actually the policy lead for all of these things, so the development of the rules is the responsibility of the policy lead for the policy department for the Commonwealth, but in consultation and jointly with states and territories. And the only comment I would make is that it's like a range of things in building the National Disability Insurance Scheme. There were two things happening at once. One was we were rolling out the scheme to participants to bring them in, and the other thing is that we were building it as we were going. And there were a range of things, including the policy agencies and states and territories, that everybody was building as they went. Now, was it early enough? No, but it is a reality and a consequence of such a large reform that nothing is going to be built from the beginning and designed perfectly from the outset, and we've learned a lot from experience.
Yes, but where one knows that there is a projected shortfall, which is, would you agree, sizable, 12,300?
Yep, I do.
Where one knows that in advance of the scheme coming into existence, why would one then insist in the face of that projected shortfall that a person identify a particular place before SDA can be included in the plan?
I mean, I can only but agree that having SDA rules set up earlier would have been far and away more preferable. Unfortunately, I can't explain why that isn't the case, because I wasn't involved in that particular aspect, and I can't explain and give more context. And perhaps if Mr. Lai had been asked that question, he may well have been able to have given you a good answer about starting much earlier. I can't even describe the trajectory of the development from the beginning, but I would agree overall that
yes.
It would have
would
been
you agree
better.
that the ability for a person to have SDA in their plan and therefore go out to market to seek SDA, that's a matter that will stimulate the market?
That's correct.
And so until 2017, you said, in terms of
2017 were the first rules.
the first rules. Until then, there wasn't even a rule that you could get SDA, and not until earlier this year could you stimulate the market by saying, I want SDA. That is correct.
Do you
agree with that characterisation?
Yes, I do. Yes.
It points to, in the face of an anticipated shortfall, a decided lack of inaction, doesn't it, on the part of the Australian government?
Well, I would say two things to that. One is there was no inaction. It just took a while. There was earlier action. So I think I've described that, in fact, the SDA was intended to be available for participants in transition from July of 2016. In the absence of the rule being developed, the then CEO issued a CEO directive, to try to enable planners to be able to put SDA into a participant's plan, or the SDA supports into a participant's plan for existing participants. So there was an earlier directive to try to start the initiative when it was first due to commence in July of 2016. However, it was constrained in a number of ways because it wasn't supported by a rule. The rule was introduced and finally passed. It took a while to get the rules agreed because all states and territories, I understand, this is one of the categories of rules in the Act and the legislation that required at that point all states and territories to agree with the Commonwealth. And it was finally agreed we got a final agreement from states and territories in March, I think it was, of 2017. At that point, then the CEO directive was revoked, and then the rules came into play. It's fair to say that that the experience of the scheme, a lot of this scheme, because it's never been done before in the world, a lot of it is experiential. There are things that you learn along the way that you realise you could have done better. And definitely with SDA, one of the things we learned about SDA, it might have been plainly evident now to all of us that we should have put some things in the SDA rules earlier, but it wasn't evident at the time. And what we learned from providers is that more singling to the market would give greater investor confidence. And it was the work that we did with the SDA market that that made us think about what more could we do. Hence the changes in the rules this year to be able to be more explicit about SDA and people's plans, so we could start signalling more to the market.
It's just unclear to me, with respect, Ms Rundle, why that didn't happen much earlier.
And I'm really sorry, Council, but I can't.
Do
I
you
can't
agree
answer
that as
that.
a matter of common sense,
I
these
agree.
things just point out obviously in the face of the projected shortfall from 2011 as ways to mitigate or alleviate that?
I agree that in hindsight, when you look back, there are a number of things that could have been done better, yes.
Can I ask you just briefly in relation to the younger people in residential aged care action plan? You're familiar with the action plan, of course.
I am.
Yes. And do you agree that the focus of the action plan really is action taken involving the NDIA and the NDIS? That's the focus of the plan, isn't it? That the solution presented in the action plan will be one delivered by the NDIA?
A lot of it will be. There are some aspects of the plan that are delivered by Department of Social Services as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do you agree that in terms of that cohort of the younger people in residential aged care that I mentioned earlier, who might not have a disability and might not qualify for an NDIS plan, they're largely not contemplated at all in the action plan as it's presently termed, are they?
For people who are not eligible,
Yes.
did you say?
They're not contemplated in the action plan at all, are they?
No, because the action plan is primarily related to people who have access already to the National Disability Insurance Scheme or who may gain access.
Yes.
To either prevent them from coming into residential aged care or to move them out of residential aged care.
So and that's reflected, isn't it, in the sense that for the purposes of the action plan, it refers to people who are not eligible or likely to be eligible as being out of scope.
That's correct.
So those people are not going to be helped by the action plan. Do you agree?
The action plan, as I said, is about helping those who are eligible or who could become eligible, because
Yes.
that is the intent of the action plan. There are a range of other supports that the Commonwealth more broadly and states and territories are responsible for people who don't come into the scheme and who don't get access to the scheme. And that has been agreed through continuity of support provisions, or there are other mechanisms that have been agreed for those people.
But do you agree with me that insofar as the action plan is presented as some overall solution to the problem of younger people in residential aged care, it isn't complete? It doesn't deal with everybody
No, I don't
who
agree
falls
with
within
that.
that category, does it?
No, I actually don't agree, because the purpose of the action plan is actually to look at the group. It was primarily particularly to focus in on the group of people that we have in the scheme that are in residential aged care settings and those who are at risk of going into residential aged care settings. And so I think that is the purpose of the action plan. If you're asking me, should there have been additional actions, I think that is a different question,
Well,
but
I
not
am
one for
asking
the
you
action
that
plan.
in the sense that the action plan doesn't set out details of dealing with people who would not be eligible as to be participants in the NDIS.
With respect, that is correct, and I'd say with respect, Council, I can't. That's true, and my answer is the same as it was earlier.
That's all I'm asking.
Yes,
So you'd agree that those people, say, for instance, who have younger people in residential aged care who have cancer but don't have a disability that would provide for them to be eligible to be a participant in the NDIS, they're not covered by the action plan?
No, they aren't.
Thank you. And that's, I think it was said in the minutes earlier, a substantial unmet need.
According to the AHW.
And that's not dealt with by this action plan?
No, because they're not participants of the scheme.
Are you aware, Ms Rundle, about whether or not the states are actually working to address this issue of young people with terminal illnesses in aged care?
I know that in this construction of the scheme itself, the broader construction, there are a range of areas in the bilateral agreement where states and territories have responsibilities. I think it isn't specific enough about this particular group. It gives me cause to think it could be, and we could be more specific about what the role is, particularly in relation to palliative care, and that group that we are talking about. So I think we can do better.
Yeah, so it's likely you'll take it up shortly after this hearing, no doubt.
I think so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just in terms of the SDA shortfall, Ms Rundle, we've referred to the Productivity Commission's report estimating that at full scheme, that is now, there'd be a shortfall of 12,300 for 12,300 participants. What's the NDIA's present estimate of the shortfall?
In our written evidence, we did talk about the fact that we don't have we don't have any further actuarial modelling other than the Productivity Commission earlier modelling, and we are currently working through this to work out what our methodology would be to be able to, in watching supply, understand whether that trajectory and that trend is going to meet the sort of targets that we need over the course of, particularly in the case of the action plan, the next until 2025. So I'll give you an example of that. Firstly, I should say the scheme, we did give some evidence in our evidence that the only actuarial data we've got that the scheme actuary is able to provide for us at the moment that relates to SDA but isn't the same is SIL, and you mentioned supported independent living earlier. At the moment in the scheme, our annual report at the end of June said we had 21,000 people in the scheme that were receiving SIL supports, but we only had 13,000 people, a bit over 13,000 people receiving SDA supports with SDA in their plan. The difference is because many people receive SIL supports in other settings other than in SDA settings, and so it's a fairly, whilst it's one way of helping us to try to estimate the demand of participants, it's not the best source of demand.
Well, for instance, you might seek supported independent living supports in connection with living at home.
That's right.
So
yes.
You don't. If you're living at home, you don't need SDA at all.
No, that's right.
Yeah. It's not a reliable proxy at all.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. And the best estimate we've got is the productivity estimate at the time, and that is still. And at the moment, the scheme. If you look at the scheme at the moment, we've got 13,000, just over 13,000 people in the scheme to date, end of June, with SDA supports in their plan, when the Commission was expecting that there would be 28,000, and we've got 4.4%, when it estimated there'd be 6%. So we've got a way to go.
So you might even, the figure of 28,000 might, on that basis that you've just described, actually be a bit conservative now. It might even be above that if you accept the 6% estimate.
Yes, it could be over or under, and this is the thing about the scheme and the experience of the scheme. You know, we need to watch carefully and monitor the trends to be able to try to project the growth into the future.
But that, as I understand it, has not occurred at the present time
No.
in relation to SDA on either the supply or demand sides.
No, and
There are no projections into the future about projected supply or demand for SDA.
that's correct, and at the moment that's correct. However, this is work that we are now getting close to be able to doing, and the reason is because it's only been, we haven't fully rolled out the scheme, and the scheme phased in differently in different parts of the country. So different people came into the scheme at different times. So we don't have the full scheme experience yet. So in terms of modelling anything on what's gone by, it's not a reliable modelling approach, because we know that there was very differential entry into the scheme. So, but we
You
do
know
know we're
also
getting
there's
closer.
been- sorry, pardon me.
So, my apologies. We
No.
do know that we're getting closer, though, to being able to now say, well, once we have the majority of people in the scheme, in full scheme, we can now say we've got a set of data that should be able to be reliably used to be able to start predicting trends.
You do know, obviously, as we've already discussed, that there's been a shortfall in SDA, and it's a long-standing shortfall, and it's been predicted for a long time. In the face of that, knowing that whatever would be done would not necessarily overshoot that shortfall, what targets were set in the past for amounts of SDA to be developed by the NDIA? What targets were set internally for the amount of SDA that needed to be in existence at particular times? Were there any targets?
No.
Why not?
We need to set targets. This is work we're doing. The reason we have not done that is because we've had little experience until very recently, particularly in SDA. So if you look at the quarterly report data at the end of June, and you look at the last year, and you look at each quarter successively, you'll see there's been a significant percentage increase, though off the base of small numbers,
Yes.
in SDA. I think it was 3,100 and something at the end of June for our total properties, enrolled dwellings. When you look at those, though, if you used a figure like that, it wouldn't be a reliable way to approach it, because many of those are legacy properties that have come into the scheme, and these are properties that they're larger properties, larger group homes. And some of them are smaller congregate settings, smaller institutional settings, disability residential settings, not residential aged care. And so we're trying to move people out of those, and so we're not counting that. It's not reliable to look at those, but it is more reliable to look at the new builds and the refurbished news, which are a much more accurate predictor of the newer supply that's coming into the market. And when you look at those, even quarter on quarter in the last year, there were, in most cases, in the last 3 quarters, there was more than 100% increase in all of those new builds and refurbishments. And in the last quarter, I think it was over 200%. What we're seeing is a lot more confidence in the market. And what we can now do is we can now start thinking about, well, what are the sort of, what do we think supply will look like, and what more do we need to do? And in terms of setting targets, we now have enough scheme experience, or shortly, to be able to set targets for the broader SDA cohort. That's everyone, the 13,000 and growing. For residential aged care, we now need to take that information and use it to think about what are the dwelling targets, how does that inform the dwelling targets for people in residential aged care. So it's work that we haven't done.
Yes, and you've got to, I mean, in some ways you've got to target through the action plan goals, haven't you?
We do.
I mean, although it's cast in terms of supporting people to leave residential aged care if they wish to do so, which would you agree is somewhat vague language?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that, by
Well,
the way,
well,
that
I
those
think-
goals,
well,
insofar as they're expressed as supporting people, is somewhat vague?
Yes, I shouldn't have said yes, because in a way that's too flippant an answer. It was deliberately designed because of the choice and control aspect and the respect that we need to observe with participants, because we heard yesterday some people don't want to move out of that residential aged care
You'll
setting.
understand that the goal is couched in terms of supporting a person to leave residential aged care if that is their goal to do so.
Yes.
So in that context, the word supporting does seem to be somewhat vague and lacking in concrete terms, doesn't it? Where the goal actually refers to people, only those people who have the goal of leaving.
Well, I mean, I suppose one could debate that the words could have been a lot, could have been said differently, but I need to just be really clear that it's our intent that everybody living in a residential aged care setting would be encouraged to think about other options, understanding that some may well choose to stay, but in the planning process, that is one of our fundamental questions, which is where do you live now and where do you want to live? Are you happy with where you live?
And for all those people that are in residential aged care presently who do express a desire, and a well-informed and clear desire, even knowing that there may not be viable options immediately, to leave residential aged care, the target is that they'll all be out by 2025. Is that right?
We've said that everybody under 65 by 2025 will, if they choose to leave, will be able to leave a residential aged care setting.
So knowing that target, what sort of projections and targets have you set along the road to that? Because that will be a decided figure that you'll know, presumably, or have a fair estimate of, that you're going to need, if history's any guide, 6,000 places by then, and on an ongoing basis, 1,000 to 2,000 places each year. Do you agree?
That I do agree with that, and we have done some early thinking. So whilst we haven't provided any modelling at the moment because we haven't completed it, and nor have we provided targets because then we'll be able to set the targets. If you think about these, if you've just said, if you think about the number of people over 5 years entering at about 2,000 people per year, and halving that number, as well as getting people out in residential aged care, and you look at the current float of people in the current number in residential aged care, and you total those, and you consider the growth of the new and refurbishments and the trend, we believe that setting aside other legacy properties, we believe that we would be able to, the market is likely to reach that target in that time. We believe, but
You believe that without any projections, without any modelling, and without any internal targets, that belief at the moment seems to be hopeful, one might suggest, rather than one that you could confidently have. Do you agree?
Yeah, I absolutely concede that we do not have at the moment targets, and we haven't done any modelling that is publicly available to anyone, and we haven't. Indeed, it's very early work because, as I just described, we've just reached full scheme. In fact, we're still continuing to roll out in this year, and so perhaps belief is a very strong word, and I shouldn't have used it. But what I can say is that yes, we know we need to do that work, and we're doing that work.
But at the present time, it's fair to say, without that work, the projections, the modelling and the targets, you couldn't have any confidence in actually achieving the action plan goals at the moment?
Well, again, I'm trying to avoid using the word belief, Council, because obviously I can't say that so strongly. We are, if you look at the market and the trends in the market, we are reasonably confident that the market, and particularly with some of the additional incentives we've provided recently, particularly with pricing, we are confident the market will grow. But it is true to say that I can't confidently sit here now and say that we will absolutely, without doubt, meet that goal.
Yeah, it may grow, but you couldn't have confidence one way or the other as to whether or not the relevant target that needs to be met in the action plan to ensure that all younger people who choose to do so are able to leave residential aged care or not live there by 2025 will be met.
I can't confidently say that.
And that's highlighted, isn't it, in terms of the NDIA's project plan, which presents this as a high risk, doesn't it, that there won't be enough SDA by 2025 to meet the goals of the action plan. Perhaps I'll go to that. Do you agree that in terms of the project plan for the NDIA, and this is at tab 140 of the general tender bundle, that sets out various matters, including the project milestones and the like. You'll see that there on the screen, Ms. Rundle. And this is the version, the latest version dated the 20th of August 2019. If one goes to page 0017, there's risks that are set out. And you see the second risk is a lack of SDA stock for NDIS participants.
Yes, I do.
Yes, and it's got a likelihood of 4. What's the likelihood score out of?
5.
So 4 out of 5. So there's 80% chance that there'll be a lack of SDA stocks for NDIS participants.
Can I please provide some context?
By all means.
When you'd expect that we would identify all of the risks, and indeed you'd expect that this would be a very high risk for the reasons you've talked about earlier, which are that we've yet not done the modelling to assure ourselves of the market, the growth in the market, and to assure ourselves and also to set targets for that growth along the way. And so at the moment, without mitigation, without that mitigation that I've just talked about, that is high, with a likelihood of 4 at the moment.
Yes, 4 out of 5. And what's the consequence rating of D mean?
I'd actually need to check that. I'm really sorry.
Yes. So
consequences.
Well, perhaps I might ask you to do
normally
that.
consequences are high, and so
the
it's
overall
just
rating
expressed.
is high, so I take
Yes.
it that the consequence is regarded as serious, obviously, because
yes.
it's an important
Yes,
contributing
yes,
factor to
yes.
solving the issue.
Yes.
But perhaps if you could clarify what D is and what it's out of in
yes.
terms of a rating, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I know. I do understand it's a significant. I just can't remember what the D stands for, but it is a significantly serious consequence.
Yes. There's also a reference in the risk profile to service delivery resources are not adequate to meet demand and targets, and that's also got a likelihood rating at present of 4 out of 5. Do you see that's R3?
I do.
Is this somehow related to the fact of anticipated shortfalls in workforce for to ensure that supports can be provided in connection with NDIS funding?
When that plan was developed in August, it was the case that we had we had less people doing the planning. We've now got considerably more. We've increased our planning, our complex planners, the numbers of our complex planners, and we also have. We had 20. I think that's referring to the YPRAC planners, the specialist planners for residential aged care. We've now got 39. We just increased that number with the ability to draw on our broader complex planners should we need to, and if we need to increase that, we will.
Yes. Just on a perhaps related workforce topic, you mentioned earlier, or we discussed earlier, supported independent living supports, and that if a person is in specialist disability accommodation, that will often run in tandem with supported independent living supports. Do you agree?
I did.
So while there is a specialist disability accommodation provision, there's also the need for somebody to be there to assist the person, sometimes in activities of daily living, other times in other ways.
Yes.
And you would be aware that in terms of anticipated workforce shortfalls, the NDIA made a submission to a joint parliamentary committee, I think in September around September last year, that anticipated workforce shortfalls were in the order of 70,000 people. Are you aware of that?
I think you're referring to the general disability workforce and not
Yes.
the NDIA workforce.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am.
This possibly was yes, it may have, was it our submission or was it a DSS submission?
It's an NDIA submission.
It's an NDIA submission, right.
But do you agree that that's something that you are aware of and perhaps even concerned about in relation to the disability workforce shortfalls that are anticipated at the time of full scheme implementation being now?
Yes, the workforce shortages have been acknowledged for some time, and quite a lot of work has actually gone on over time, and Department of Social Services is the policy lead for this, and they'd be better placed to also provide more detail. But broadly I could say that there have been a range of initiatives that the government have worked on to try to build the disability workforce more broadly, so not the NDIA workforce but the disability workforce.
I understand.
And
These are the providers of the services that go to the supports that are funded by NDIA.
yes, yeah.
But do you agree that anticipated shortfall will have a bearing on whether or not people are even able to leave residential aged care and live in supported disability accommodation in future?
Yes, the workforce is also another important consideration.
Yes. And are there projections of the shortfall in that disability workforce going forward over the life of the younger people in residential aged care action plan?
I'm trying to recall the recent projections. I think 70 might be the most recent. 70,000 may well be the most recent projection that anyone has done, and that will have been taken from the work, I think, of Alpha Beta, who did some work for DSS. And so I acknowledge that that workforce supply is very, key alongside of dwelling construction for this particular group. So it's both a general issue for NDIS and it's also an issue, therefore, for this particular group.
So where does one see anything in the action plan that goes to those issues of the availability of workforce in supported independent living to accompany specialist disability accommodation for the purposes of ensuring that people are able to leave residential aged care if they wish to do so?
Again, I think the action plan is very focused, particularly on, as you noted earlier, the goals in the action plan and the NDIA, particularly the NDIA efforts in that. But the action plan needs to be seen within the context of many other broader activities that are happening. So it isn't in the action plan, I concede that, but there are a range of other things which are going on that support the action plan, that are concurrent activities. And this one is one that particularly is run by DSS. So there's a range of initiatives happening which will support workforce development. I acknowledge it's not in the plan itself, but I shouldn't say this. It implies I take it lightly, but it's almost a given that all of the other work that is going on supports the action plan. It's nested within that broader environment.
But are there projections as to how that shortfall might affect the ability of younger people in residential aged care to leave, if they choose to do so, and live in supported disability, specialist disability accommodation?
I can't answer that because I haven't been involved. If anything has been undertaken by DSS, but I know that that's not a function that we have undertaken.
In relation to the availability of SDA, the approach that's been taken is one that is market-based. That is that essentially supply will meet demand. Now, you've obviously accepted that there's been a long-standing shortfall and it's continuing. Yeah. Do you agree on that basis that, as things stand, there is market failure in relation to the provision of SDA?
If you look at if it depends what the test, how you answer that, which lens you look through. If you ask me, by the fact that there are not sufficient properties for people to live in, alternatively, then the market is failing at the moment. If you ask me, is there market failure more broadly in terms of where the scheme is at and what you'd expect to see with market development in a scheme like this, the market is actually responding to all of the initiatives and is growing. The market is growing considerably, not just the existing providers coming into the market, but new markets, new and innovative markets. And so, for example, at the beginning of, in July of 2016, the market, there were just over 5,000 providers in the market, and now there are over 21,000 providers in the market at the end of June. And when you look at registered providers of SDA, that's been one of the biggest growth areas in the last few quarters of the scheme. So I think the market is responding, and it's looking very positive. But I acknowledge that there are not sufficient SDA properties right now.
Yes, and also there are various kinds of SDA properties that are required, and there are, in particular locations, they might be required where it might not be financially viable for an individual private developer to enter into provision of that service there. Do you agree that in those circumstances markets are thin in particular places and it's difficult to see how a market-based approach will succeed overall?
I would make a point that price is at one of our biggest levers in encouraging the market, and price is made up of a number of factors. And if you look at SDA alone, and if you were to go, you may have done this, if you have a look at our website and our price guide, and indeed all of the framework, the SDA framework, you will see that there are a variety of options in terms of dwellings, and not just the dwelling type like a unit or an apartment or a house, but also the type of construction, whether it's robust or whether it's accessible, various different configurations. And as well as that, We also allow for where properties are in rural, remote areas. We also allow for expensive land prices in the middle of big cities. So we've adjusted. What we've done is our SDA prices take all of those things into account to provide the sort of incentive so that if in a rural area, for example, the prices have been constructed in such a way that at the moment the market is telling us there is sufficient, there appears to be sufficient incentive. Now, we've got the ability to use price as a lever further to pay more of a premium if we need to for a market-based solution in those areas. But I would also add that and acknowledge that in rural areas, in remote areas where you have small numbers of participants needing SDA, the market isn't always confident that it will get a return. Now, the actual SDA investment, the prices for SDA are one of the most significantly. Providers will tell you that they receive quite a return on the prices for SDA properties. So it's set very high with very high returns, and we've done that. We've done that in response to quite a lot of feedback about where the previous SDA prices weren't set. They needed to be tweaked, and indeed we're currently now doing what we're calling a limited assumptions review of SDA, where we are looking again at some feedback we've received from the market and where we think we need to increase the prices again. And so in some areas, so we are, we use price as one lever, but it is not the only lever. And this goes to your question of, do I acknowledge that there are thin markets where the market won't exist? And I think the answer is yes. And I mean, I think we've...
So does that then follow, going back to my initial question, that there are difficulties in putting all one's eggs in a market-based approach?
And, well, I think we're not doing that. So there are a range of other things that we will need to do and have started doing and working locally at local levels with participants on. So yesterday we heard about the role of the support coordinator in a participant's plan, and some of the other initiatives we are putting in place to make sure that support coordinators, that we have more specialised support coordinators in this particular market who can help people match participants up to local builders, local providers who might be interested in building for that group of participants or that participant. Equally, if you look at a remote Indigenous community, we need a completely different solution for that community in many instances, because many Indigenous families will want to look after their own and will need to find other ways of doing that. So this is where, again, home modifications and the ability to be more innovative with what we do with other dwellings comes into play, and we're starting to see that innovation.
Do you think this approach, though, is going to be one you've talked about iterations of price levers?
Yes.
And having to respond to market signals and then apply different approaches in terms of pricing. But do you think this is the quickest way to resolve the shortfall that's been known about since 2011 in respect of SDA?
I think that in some of those areas, what we do is we do look at the areas of supply and where supply is low. So we understand we're starting to do, and again, this gets to the maturity of the scheme and the growth of the scheme and the ability now for us to do this now because we have more data. But we are now starting to look at, if you like, a map, a heat map of where we believe we've got areas where there are market risks, and indeed they're not just in rural areas, they're in some urban areas as well. And we're starting to look at, well, what other market interventions may we need besides price to be able to incentivise not just the market, but to be able to find solutions for people. I would add that for this group of participants, for YPRAC, excuse me, I'll just have a glass of water. We are, I think, we've been giving this quite a bit of thought lately. I think in those rural areas, where we know the location, when we know the location of participants, and if they are very small in number in that area, we really will need to look at individual bespoke solutions for those YPRAC participants, and that I actually think that's going to be one of our main solutions, and not market. So I'll give you one example. The other day...
So is it right to say then that the market-based approach is one which just will not be the only solution to the question of dealing with getting younger people out of residential aged care?
It's correct to say that in some places we will need other solutions beside market solutions, because the market won't necessarily be the only answer. The market-based solution won't be the answer. That's right.
Thank you. Can I just ask you, you've already given some evidence about data that's held by the NDIA, particularly in relation to projections and targets and the like. In terms of understanding about younger people who are actually in residential aged care, is it right to say that the main source of data received by the NDIA in that regard is the quarterly reports from the Department of Health?
That's correct.
Yes. And so it may be that it's not until 3 months after the fact that the NDIA actually knows about a person being in residential aged care, is that right?
At the moment, that's the case.
Yes. And are there steps afoot to try and improve that information gathering process? And if so, to get that information in a more real-time way?
Yes. I should add to my earlier answer that it could be that a participant does make an application to the NDIS separate to the data that comes through from the Department of Health.
Sure.
It would be better to get more timely data. I understand, and I may be wrong here, but I understand that the reason for the quarterly data is really the way in which Department of Health collect from all of the many residential aged care settings the data, and then, they cleanse the data, no doubt, and need to put it together in a way that they can give it to us. And so that is more a factor of just the time that it takes to be able to undertake that function. But that is an assumption. I couldn't be sure of that.
Yes.
And
So what ways is it anticipated that the NDIA will get more timely data about the people who are in or entering into residential aged care?
no, I didn't say it is anticipated. I said it would be desirable. Yes.
It being desirable, are there any plans to obtain data in that more timely fashion by the NDIA?
I can't answer that with certainty. It's possible that has been a question that we have asked the Department of Health, and it might be that someone who manages, someone else in the organisation may know the answer to that. But it is something that I'm going to follow up on.
And that data in relation to what's provided by the Department of Health on a quarterly basis, it's limited, isn't it, in terms of what it tells you? It doesn't tell you, for instance, the pathway by which a person entered into residential aged care?
No, it doesn't.
So it doesn't actually give you any insight into ways in which you might, that data itself at least, ways in which you might go about preventing a person entering into residential aged care?
No, it doesn't.
And do you agree that by and large data in Australia about younger people in residential aged care and analysis of it has been lacking over the years?
It has, though I would add that you referred earlier to advocates and others. I would add that many of the peak organisations, or particularly a couple of them, the Young People in Residential Aged Care Alliance and also the Summer Foundation, and Young Care, but like Young Care is slightly different. The earlier two, they've also made a range of attempts to do that and produce some really good qualitative information, but both.
But it's left. You're saying that they're getting the information rather than
No.
the NDIA or others?
I'm acknowledging that
Yes.
they have done that.
Yes.
But it is true to say that we don't understand very much about the group of people that are coming into the agency, into the NDIS, when we get the data from health, and we don't understand the pathway.
And that would hamper you in understanding how to prevent people entering into residential aged care and possibly how to get them out of residential aged care.
It's true that not having that information at that point, that information isn't available at that point. For the only other way that we know that a person may need access to the NDIS is if they put an application in separately, or if they're in a hospital awaiting discharge, and there is a risk of them being discharged to residential aged care. That's one of the pathways, but other than that, and it's probably a significant pathway in the past.
In terms of that significant pathway via a hospital, am I right in understanding that at present the NDIA has, I think, is it 3 hospital liaison officers in South Australia?
That's correct.
And otherwise, how many are there elsewhere around the country?
There are,
At the moment.
we're currently employing 5 in Victoria. Again, if I might provide a bit of context, the relationship between the 4 participants with significantly high needs, for example, this group of participants in a hospital at the moment, the main relationship between the agency and the participant in the hospital will be with our complex planners. Not only, but in the main with our complex planners. And so to say, when we rely on, we talk about health liaison officers, we're talking about some positions that we put into place specifically to do a particular task, but that's not to say that there aren't a great number of other planners around the country who already connect with their local hospitals, and I know for a fact that that's the case.
But this is, the hospital liaison officer is a new initiative to try and prevent the steady stream of people who've been entering into residential aged care, younger people, over the years. That's sat pretty steadily at around 2,000 to 2,500 people each year.
The hospital liaison officer was put in place in South Australia because it was agreed that it would be one mechanism to try to run a project to improve our processes and learn some things about the pathway and what could be done to improve people's discharge from hospital into the scheme, because we know it's been hospital discharge was a problem long before the NDIS came into being. I think most people would acknowledge that. But it is we've sort of planted ourselves in the middle of this ecosystem, and it is similarly an issue for people wanting to come into the scheme and get supports from the scheme. And when they want to leave hospital, and some supports in the scheme aren't ready for them, it is therefore a blocker for them to leave in the broad sense. In the specific sense of people who might have a pathway into residential aged care, then it equally applies to that group. For the liaison officers, they were put in place specifically to run a project, if you like, a proof of concept or a project to try and look at where the blockers were and where we could improve the pathway of people out of hospitals generally.
Where the what were?
Where we could improve I may have said that incorrectly, where we could improve the pathway and the timeliness of people leaving hospital back into the community.
Where the blockers were, is that what you said?
And looking at the things which would prevent that, the barriers to that,
Right.
and looking at how we could overcome those barriers.
Just finishing up on this topic, in terms of the hospital liaison officers, you say there are 3 in Adelaide, 5 in Victoria, none elsewhere?
There are not 5 yet in Victoria. I don't
Okay.
think they're in place yet. What we have agreed to is is a hospital action discharge plan with all states and territories. That was agreed as well at the last Disability Reform Council. In that plan, we have, like them, committed to trying to reduce the delays of discharge from hospitals and the right pathways for people out. So in rolling out that, we will consider how many more either liaison officers or complex planners, and sometimes they will be the same, they will wear the same hat. We will need around the country to be able to match the hospitals.
So at the moment, aside from 3 people in Adelaide who are there as part of a pilot, there's nobody else who's actually dedicated to being in a hospital, liaising with the people in a hospital to work out appropriate discharge options to prevent them possibly entering into residential aged care. Is that
No,
right?
that's not what I said, and it's not correct. What I said earlier is that there are a range of planners, complex planners around the country who currently fulfil that function. What I said earlier was the hospital discharge liaison officers were put in place for a particular project. We can give them any other name, we can call them that name, but the function is the same, and that function currently is being undertaken by planners all around the country. What I think we need to do, though, is we need to be much clearer that the increased effort we need here is to be clearer about which people in which areas will have those roles, so that everyone knows, all parties know who those people are, be they complex planners or someone else. We just need to mature that model a little bit more, but that is already in place.
So what model, in terms of what you're describing as maturing, exists nationally for the NDIA in terms of preventing hospital discharges of younger people into residential aged care?
So that's a different question
Yes.
than the one you just asked.
Yes. Is there a model?
All of the work we're doing around hospital discharge to make sure that we know about people early who are in hospitals, if we don't already know about them, identify whether they're in the scheme or not already. If they're not in the scheme, identify whether they are putting an access decision in and need a quick access decision if they're eligible to the scheme, working out what they need once they're medically fit for discharge, what they need to go out into the community, and including home modifications or SDA setting and other supports that they might need in their plan. All of those things are efforts that we've been putting in place since the scheme started to roll out, and with that, they are still all of the efforts that we've put into place for people who currently reside in hospitals who might have a pathway into a setting we don't wish them to go to, like a residential aged care setting. In South Australia...
Just before you go on to that though, but in terms of saying that they've existed at all times, there hasn't been a decline in the number of people, including people who are NDIS participants, in the number of people going into residential aged care who are younger people. Would you agree?
Well, I think, I don't have the numbers with me, but yesterday someone who gave evidence did talk about the numbers generally declining in the last, I think, couple of years of people entering in aged care, but I also know that the AHW showed figures that were 2,000 to 2,500 people a year entering. But what we don't know, we haven't had. Your question really goes to what visibility do we have about the numbers of people that we get out of hospitals and divert them from residential aged care, and the answer to that is we haven't known that until very recently, because we haven't had the ability in our system, in our information system, we haven't had the ability to track that. We've just made some changes to help us track a number of things, and if a person has a plan, we'll be able to track where they go I need to check the detail, but for example, if a person has moved out of a residential aged care setting, we'll be able to track the fact that they have left the residential aged care setting and gone to their own home. And we haven't ever been able to do that before. We've only ever known that anecdotally.
Right, I see. So in terms of my question, there has been a period where the numbers, excepting for the moment if the numbers haven't diminished, what has changed in relation to the way that the model exists, if there is a model, for identifying people who are at risk of entering into residential aged care, who are younger people, at a very early stage in hospitals?
Well, I think it's fair to say that the action plan, the action plan has only just started to be implemented for the young people in residential aged care. The efforts before that time go to my more general answer before, which is the efforts for everyone, the efforts for residential aged people going into residential aged care were the same as they might have been for everyone. That is to say, we would do our very best to make sure that they've got the supports they need to divert them into going into residential aged care. And because we don't have the numbers, but anecdotally I know that we have done that. We have actually diverted people from going into residential aged care, possibly not in large numbers, but anecdotally I know that to be the case. We haven't been able to track that. What is different is we've put a range of supports in place. The largest thing that is different to the past is the scheme itself, and the fact that this scheme is the investment and the sheer investment, even in SDA alone, at around 700 million a year, is significantly more than has ever gone before. That is one thing that's different. The other thing that's different is that the SDA itself and the way in which we've set up SDA and the rules, and I acknowledge some of those things only recently, they are very different. The pricing arrangements that we've got in place and the incentives that we're offering and the growth that we're starting to see, that is a different feature to anything we've seen before. So the action plan is also different, new, and we've got a series of actions, as you can see in that action plan, and we ourselves have a fuller action plan to make sure that we track and monitor all of those things which we've committed to do to meet the goals of that action plan. So does that answer your question, or have I answered the wrong question?
I'm not sure whether it does, but I don't have any further questions for you, Ms Rundle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr Knowles. Could I just ask you a couple of things? The first is, about, I don't know, 20 minutes or half an hour ago in your evidence, you alluded to something that I understand is a change in the way the NDIS is looking at accommodation for people with disabilities. Namely, you're moving from congregate housing and large group homes that you might have otherwise inherited to individualised based housing units. I'm wondering, do you see any potential to use those congregate homes or large group homes as two things: a stepping stone that people might go to from hospital to avoid going into aged care while SDA accommodation is being developed, or as an accommodation focus for young people who are dying of cancer, and a place where they could go with their families to while they go through the process of palliation and eventual death. I suppose there's a third option that's a possibility, and that is a more innovative model of the provision of residential accommodation to elderly people more generally, because it's more community-based. Have you thought about those options, Ms Rundle?
Commissioner, some of those facilities, in a way, some of those aren't owned by us because, as you know, we don't own facilities. It's a good question that you ask, and I think in the past some of the insurance schemes have actually built smaller settings, not the larger settings, but larger than a home, for individuals as interim settings like rehabilitation settings and others as a transition.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's fair to say that we have thought about all of those things which might help us and might give people some interim options while they're waiting for a long-term solution. If they chose that, of course the real risk of that is that becomes another long-term...
An end point. It was the point Mr Lai made yesterday, yes. But something is better than nothing of premature institutionalisation in aged care that can go on for years and years, as we've heard in evidence in the last couple of days.
Yes.
My next question is in and around young people with disabilities accessing home care services. I gather there's about 2,000 of these already accessing home care services, or 2,500, and about another 2,000 who've been approved to get those services and will eventually get them. There's an issue here about why is that the case when the NDIS is there? Do you have any idea what's going on? Is there a gap here that needs to be brought out so we can understand more broadly?
Yes, I think this came up yesterday, didn't it? And,
I asked the question and didn't get much of an answer. So.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer it any better for you, Commissioner. But as I understand it, because it's I'm not sort of I'm not involved in that area. But as I understand it, people can either choose to be in both. And when a person gets an NDIS plan, we take into account every other supports that they receive, and so we wouldn't duplicate a support that they get from another service if that's what they chose. But if they chose instead to have it provided by the NDIS, then we would facilitate that for them. But I can't answer the question about why is it the case.
Yep, okay, we need to investigate that further. Now, Ms Rundle, I'd like to thank you very much for your evidence this morning and excuse you from giving further evidence.
Mr. Free. Just before you do excuse me.
Sure, sorry.
With your leave, there are just two very short topics that I wanted to question Ms Rundle about.
Of course, please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I ask the operator, please, to bring up the document at tab 146 of the bundle? Ms Rundle, this is the response which the agency prepared in response to a notice to give from the Commission. And if I could ask the Commissioner, please, to go to the operator, rather, to go to page 0015. If you just have a look on the screen there, Ms Rundle, you'll see there the first table is a number of young people residing in residential aged care who are NDIS participants with an active plan as at 30 June 2019. And the first row is for under the age of 45 years, and the number says 18. Is it the case that that's actually a mistake? Are you aware?
Thank you for pointing that out. I
think...
if I might, yes, it is a mistake. It's 100 and... Do you have the correct?
I'm instructed it's 177.
77, and that was the figure that came to mind. And thank you for that. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes.
Thank you. And just the other topic, Ms Rundle, you were asked some questions by Mr Knowles earlier about whether it might be appropriate to vary the policy settings for young people in residential aged care so that, in effect, they all qualify for SDA by virtue of being in a residential aged care. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
I just want to ask you, would you have any concerns that if you did that, it might create an incentive for people to go into residential aged care?
It's a good question, and I suppose if the rules were to be changed to allow for SDA to be included in all plans, we would have to think about we would have to really think about the unintended consequences of that. It's hard to imagine that anyone would, by choice, go into an aged care residence unless they either want to for different reasons, or there is just no other choice. And so you'd hope that that wouldn't be the case, but we'd need to think about that if we were to do that. We'd need to think about the unintended consequences of that policy setting change.
Thank you, Ms Rundle. That was all. Thank you.
It'd be a sorry situation, though, wouldn't it, Ms Rundle, if that were to occur?
That's right.
Yeah, and you wouldn't want to rule out the possibility of a blanket referral straight out of aged care in order to fix that.
That's right.
That's right, yes. We've got a timing shortfall. Have you any further questions, Mr.
I have
Knowles?
no further questions. You'll be pleased to hear, Commissioner.
Okay, Ms Rundle, just a minute. I need to formally excuse you from our hearings today. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
We need to talk time, I think.
Yes, I
Yeah.
believe that we have a very short adjournment now in order for the next witness to enter the witness box.
Yes.
So no more than 10
We'll
minutes.
take about 10 minutes, and if my colleagues are willing to agree to this, and you would be prepared to put up with me doing this, I'd be happy to have a working lunch sitting here having my sandwich as we proceed today,
Yes.
because I wouldn't wish to cut short the evidence that people will be prepared to give. So if you want to take an early lunch, feel free, Mr Knowles.
Yes, thank you.
With that, we'll have a short adjournment of the order of 10 minutes while people
Thank you,
take
Commissioner.
Commissioner, I call Kirby Elise Litterly.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Kirby.
Good morning.
Kirby, could you please tell us your full name?
Kirby Litterly.
How old are you? Where do you live? And that's in Victoria? Kirby, you've prepared a statement for the Royal Commission dated the 30th of August of this year, haven't you? And have you got a copy of that statement in front of you? Are there any changes that you wanted to make to that statement?
No.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement of Kirby Litterly.
Yes, the witness statement of Kirby Litterly, dated the 30th of August 2019, will be exhibit number 9-11.
As the Commission pleases. Operator, could I ask you to please display document IDs RCD stop 999 stop 0192 stop 0002 and document ID RCD stop 9999 stop 0193 stop 0001. Kirby, you've provided some photos to share with the Royal Commission today, haven't you?
Yeah.
And you've got a copy of those photos in front of you?
Yeah.
And we've got the photos beamed up on the screens here.
Yeah.
Could you describe those photos for us?
After what is being playing the piano in the garage. And the second one is being my best friend.
And who's your best friend?
Melanie.
And how does she feel about being up on the screen today?
Okay.
Why did you pick those photos?
To represent me.
In your statement, you describe your experience of living in aged care as a young person, don't you?
Yeah.
And you've asked to take the opportunity to read out some parts of your statement.
Yes.
Operator, could I ask you to please display paragraph 27? And if I could ask Ms Abbott to join Kirby as she assists Kirby to read out. When you're ready, Kirby, could you please read from paragraph 27 to 32?
I was at one start from October 2014 to November 2015. I was the second person time. I couldn't speak when I was in Queensland because of the tragedy on me. But only when of communication with other people speak, I could understand what people were saying and what was happening about me. I put a hand family isolated, lonely and mistreated. What I was and was. I was isolated and lonely because I was in a different demographic to my own that resident. I couldn't speak. Which when I couldn't do that I with anyone else. When I was through falling life, I had visitors, but they stopped coming to see me. My friends stopped visiting me. I think it was because physically and stress, fertility was quite comprehensive. My room was older than the bedroom. With that man, that's that was opportunity for visitation. I'm glad that I was mistreated and was good because that said to punish me and they were unhappy with me. They made me feel like I was a typical person because I had very high talent.
Thank you, Kirby. Where did you live after Wallace Lodge?
I moved there with my mum and dad.
And now you're living in Belmont,
Yeah,
and that's not too far from Mum and Dad.
no,
Do you live by yourself or with other people?
by myself.
And what type of place do you live in?
I live and anticipate of accommodation.
And what is life like for you in your unit?
I like it very much because I have more control.
What do you hope to do in the future?
I would like to walk, talk, eat, and hopefully drive and eventually go back to work teaching.
Are you working with other people to step towards those goals?
Yeah.
Who are you working with?
And check of and professionals and possible coordination and of course but more and
We couldn't leave them out, could we?
no.
In your statement, Kirby, you've prepared a message that you want to share to the Aged Care Royal Commission, haven't you?
Yeah.
Operator, could I ask you to please display paragraph 67 to 69 of Kirby's statement? Please read that when you're ready.
That man mentioned I have for commission is about that for management of and of say I and then I can't on the top. And for the people.
Thank you, Kirby. How does it feel to be coming along and sharing your story with the Commission today?
I'm happy. I would like to have champagne.
And we've been talking about your mum and dad a bit. Should we ask Carol and Kevin to join you? Commissioner, I call Carol and Kevin Litley.
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Kevin, could I ask you to please state your full name?
My name's Kevin Lloyd Litley.
Carol, could I ask you to state your full name also?
My name's Carol Ann Litley.
And Carol and Kevin, you live in Highton around the corner from Kirby?
You're not that far away, yeah?
Yep.
And Kirby's also got an older sister. That's Cara?
Yes.
So the Litleys are Kevin, Carol, Cara and Kirby?
Yes.
Kevin, yourself and Carol and Kirby came along to a community forum of the Aged Care Royal Commission a few months ago in Maidstone.
Yes.
And since then, yourself and Carol have prepared a statement for the Commission.
Yes.
Operator, could I ask you to please display the document WIT stop 1242 stop 0001 stop 0001. Kevin, you've got a hard copy of that statement in front of you. Is that your statement that you've made with Carol?
Yes, it is.
Were there any changes you seek to make to that statement?
No, there isn't.
And are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
Carol, you've got a copy of your statement that you've made with
Yes.
Kevin there? Were there any changes that you'd seek to make to that statement?
No.
And the contents of that statement are true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement of Carol and Kevin Littley.
The witness statement of Carol Ann Littley and Kevin Lloyd Littley, dated the 30th of August 2019, will be exhibit number 9-12.
As the Commission pleases. How are you feeling, Kevin?
Fine, thanks.
And Carol, how does it feel having sat in the hearing room listening to Kirby tell her story?
Very emotional for me, seeing the photos of how she was before.
Carol, Kirby's talked about the goals and her plans for the future. How's Kirby going achieving her goals?
She's going really well. She's just works really, really hard. Whenever any of the allied health team give her something to do, she does it, and she does it to the best of her ability. So she's been making incredible progress, and since moving into her home, she's actually made even more progress because it's suitable for her. So it's set up so that she can do the things she needs to do without too much assistance. So yeah, we're very proud of what she's doing and the achievements. 5 years ago, we just didn't know where she'd be, so it's amazing.
Carol, can I take you to Christmas 2013? What was life like for the Littley family at that point in time?
Well, we had Christmas at our house, and I have a photo of Kirby holding her dog. She'd just had her hair coloured, so it was half blonde and half green. Very interesting. We had all the family there. We had Kevin's family, and we'd had Christmas. We sort of have two Christmases, one with our family because of all the toing and froing. They all get along, but at just different days. And it had been just the usual busy celebration. Kirby was... she'd been feeling unwell, and she was telling me that day she didn't feel that well, and I actually said to her, we'll organise a doctor's appointment with my doctor, and I did that the next week after Christmas. I was a bit concerned that she was still getting the headaches, but she was joining in. She just wasn't her usual healthy self, just a little bit off colour, but we just had a good day. They gave out the presents, and it was a good day, wasn't it? Yeah.
Kevin, I want to ask you some questions about Kirby's diagnosis. Can I take you to the 3rd of January of 2014 and ask you to tell the Commissioner what happened on that date?
I'm not good at the actual dates, but to sort of précis what happened was Kirby met Carol and myself at the movies on, was that the 3rd, Carol?
Yep.
Yep.
No, the 2nd, I think.
Yeah, on the 2nd, and she had been for an eye test with the optometrist, and it was discovered by the optometrist at that stage that she had swollen optic nerves, which we weren't sure what that meant, what the significance of that was. So the optometrist obviously had got in contact with Kirby's doctor straight away, and she was called to go straight to the doctor. Subsequently, the next day, Kirby had an MRI which discovered a huge tumour at the brain, base of her, or at the base of her brain stem,
And Carol, as a result of that tumour, Kirby had surgery?
Yeah, she was taken that night she was in Geelong Hospital, and they took her straight up to the Royal Melbourne, and she was to be operated on the next morning. So, and it went all day. The operation went, we got a call about 6:15 that she'd made it through the operation.
And then what happened, Carol?
Well, I just got on Facebook because her friends were all contacting me, and I was saying she's out, she's fine. And we got a phone call about 20 minutes after that to say could they take her back into surgery because she'd had a bleed and they needed to operate. So they took her back into surgery, and she'd had a stroke. So we didn't get up there till they said don't come up, and they called us about 10:30 and said she was out. And we drove up to the hospital. We got there about 11:30 that night and went in to see her, and she wasn't actually moving. She was obviously out to it, and just looked terrible.
And Kirby ultimately had a stroke, and
She had a stroke 3 weeks later to the other side of the brain. That was called a vasospasm, I think. The blood vessels collapsed and blocked the blood getting into her brain, and that was very dire. Actually, that was pretty life and death for a few days. That was quite scary. And after that, she couldn't move at all. She could only move her head. So she's come a long way.
And you don't have much memory of this time, do you, Kirby? In your statement, Kevin, you described that Kirby ultimately spent about 10 months in various hospitals. Is that
Correct.
That's correct. And can I turn then to what's happening at the end of that 10-month period, so October 2014? Carol, how was Kirby going at that time?
She was in the Austin Hospital, and she was making some progress. They had some rehab there, but she'd been there for 19 weeks, and she was supposed to have left 18 weeks before that. So she was a bit, I suppose we were all a bit down as to what was going to happen to her, because she wanted to get rehab and we just could not get anyone to take her for rehab, no one.
Was Kirby at a particular stage of rehabilitation?
Well, she hadn't really had rehab except in the hospital. So she had a speech pathologist at the Austin who was amazing. She was the first person who put a little speech valve on her tracheostomy, and we could actually talk very basically, obviously, but she could communicate back with us, which was amazing. So this because it was a VRSS, it was all about speech and breathing. She just kept persevering, and she was making some progress. And the physio had got her up one day with a few people helping her to take a few steps with a walking frame. So we were thinking that it was an optimistic outlook, but it wasn't the proper rehab that she needed. She needed slow stream rehab.
And that's something that you address in your statement, Kevin. You talk about the importance in being anxious for Kirby to receive proper rehabilitation and slow stream rehabilitation. Why was that a priority for yourself and Carol?
Well, because we could see that that would be the only way that Kirby could really reach the potential that the outcomes that we expected. And she hadn't had any, or apart from what Carol was just saying about limited rehab, she hadn't had a good program of rehabilitation to kick her along so that she could reach that potential. But
what were the options for Kirby at that time to receive that rehabilitation?
there were no options. No one was offering Kirby any rehabilitation in any setting whatsoever, which was really concerning.
So what did you do then?
I was ringing places. I rang the Royal Melbourne Hospital, Garden View, and we got the Austin to put in an application, and I rang them and they said the board meets on Monday nights, we'll decide. And I rang them after the Monday and they said the board met and they're not taking Kirby. And Royal Talbot, we were trying them. She was supposed to be going to McCullough, that's why she was getting ready. She sent up to the Austin to get the ventilator put onto her tube, and that's where she was originally going, but they said they wouldn't take her. Royal Talbot said they wouldn't take her, they may take her, but they didn't know why Barwon Health wouldn't take her. I rang a private hospital in Geelong and asked them if they'd provide rehab, but it was costly, but we were thinking that they would only do it for 6 weeks. So I was desperate, and I ended up calling a current affair to try and get someone to help us, because I just didn't think she was ever going to get rehab, and I just wanted her to have a chance. So I called them, and then the next day we got a call from Barwon Health to say that we'd made a mistake and we'd got it wrong, and that they were going to try and help us. And the funny thing is the Austin Hospital also got it wrong, because they knew that Kirby wasn't getting rehab, so they were trying to do something to help us. So, but and then we had a meeting with the Barwon Health CEO and some other people to try and come to a resolution.
And was there a resolution arrived at?
No. what they offered us was a place in Northcote which was able to look after people with ventilators and tracheostomies, because they said no one could look after Kirby with the ventilator and the tracheostomy. But it didn't offer rehab, it was actually a nursing home, and they said they could possibly get some people to come in and give her rehab, but we knew that wasn't what she needed. She needed rehab, proper rehab, on a regular basis.
So what did you do?
I got quite upset, and I just said, we're not doing that. And we had an advocate from a group in Geelong, a solicitor with us who'd come along, and he just said, no, that's not an option, and we left. And we didn't know what was going to happen. And then we got a phone call a few days later to say that they wanted to meet with us again. And we had a meeting with just the CEO and the COO, I think. And she had done a lot of work, and she'd come up with a report telling us why Kirby couldn't go home, Kirby couldn't go into rehab, and the best option for her and the safest option was aged care at Wallace Lodge, and then she could access rehab.
So pausing there, and if I could ask you to reflect on that time when you're trying to work out what to do, would you have liked assistance at that time, guidance at that time?
We would have loved it, because we were still driving to Heidelberg every day, which on a good day was a 1.5 hour trip, and on a bad day in peak hour was 2.5 hours. We were exhausted, we were calling people. We just felt like we were so alone. We felt like no one cared, and it was just a horrible experience. And if we'd had someone to talk to help us and just let us vent, because we felt like we'd been deserted and we didn't know what to do. It was just a horrible, horrible time. And my mother was also in aged care as well. She'd just been put into aged care at that time. So I was going from mum and then trying to sort things out. It was just a nightmare, and it would have helped to have someone to talk to.
Would you like to respond to what Carol said?
Yeah, well, the issue there also was that when Kirby initially left University Hospital in Geelong, we were told it was only for 3 or 4 days to go to the Austin to get the ventilator attachment so that it fits onto a tracheostomy, and then they would be taking it back to Geelong Hospital, and with the aim eventually then to go to McKellar Centre for Rehabilitation. We actually asked if they would write something down, a legal document to suggest that would happen that way. They said, no, we don't need to do that. And as it turned out, we did, because they refused to take her back. They said they couldn't take her back with the ventilator on her tracheostomy.
Even to the hospital. They wouldn't even take her back to the hospital.
Unless she went to ICU, which was a
and
bit
they said
stupid.
they won't do that.
So she was taking a high needs bed at the Austin for 19 weeks, when really she could have quite easily have come back to her own hometown, and that's where she should have come, really. So it was a very worrying time, obviously. And Kirby got very desperate. She said to us one day, she was in tears, and she said, "Nobody wants me," which was pretty sad but true fact.
You've given evidence about how Kirby has the option of Wallace Lodge, or what Wallace Lodge has made available to Kirby. What did you then do once that was presented?
Well, we thought that was the only option to Kirby having rehab, so we didn't have much choice, and we didn't know how to tell Kirby. We had to tell her, and I said to her, look, the option is aged care. It's going to be better for you. It's going to be safer. And she started to cry. But I said to her, you have to do this because you have to get rehab. If we hadn't done it, she wouldn't be where she is now. She wouldn't be doing anything. She wouldn't be talking. She really wasn't hardly able to sit up in a chair at that stage. There was very little Kirby could do, and that's where she would have stopped if we hadn't done that.
What did Kirby say to you this time? What did Kirby say to you about going to Wallace Lodge?
She She just cried. She just said, she was upset about it. I don't think she really wanted to go, but she didn't say much more. I think she'd been there so long at the Austin, she thought she was never going to leave. And it was a ward of 4 beds that were highly needed. So Kirby was watching people come and go, some pass away, and I think we all knew that we needed to leave that bed for other people. It was an important bed, you know, they needed it, and they were so wonderful there. They never said anything to us, but we just had to get Kirby out of there. So
once Kirby is living at Wallace Lodge, what observations did you make of, I'll turn to you perhaps first, Kevin, what observations did you make of Kirby's time in aged care?
She was very depressed during that time. She was, her demeanour wasn't good. You could tell she didn't really like that she was, you know, the fact that she was there. She didn't socialise, obviously, because other residents were much older than Kirby, so she wasn't communicating well anyway because she wasn't speaking. So she was virtually, as she said in her own statement, she was isolated in her own room, and as also she said in her statement, visitors tended to drop off after a while because it wasn't a pleasant experience for them either. So she was pretty much very lonely. If it wasn't for Carol and myself and her sister, she wouldn't have had any visitors and any outside contact because she was pretty much in her room. Apart from her therapy sessions, which she got a lot of joy out of those because she could see herself improving, and she was, and she saw that as obviously living in Wallace Lodge was a means to that end of getting the therapies that she required.
Carol, Kevin has touched on the therapy that Kirby required and received. What care and support did Kirby need while she was at Wallace Lodge?
She often needed suctioning. She still had a tracheostomy in, so she needed suctioning, and she needed to be taken over to the actual facility, which was next door. And she needed back when she was in the aged care, the staff to allow her to try to do things. The physio made a recommendation one day of using a standing hoist, that she didn't need to be hoisted anymore, so she could start to stand. And unfortunately, those things often didn't happen. So, yeah.
Did Kirby receive rehabilitation in aged care?
She received rehabilitation, absolutely fantastic team at McCullough.
But that's separate to Wallace Lodge?
Yeah, that was where she went for the rehabilitation. But when she got back, it was like she was a 90-year-old. They treated her like she was a 90-year-old. So I know that one day the physio came in and she wrote on the whiteboard that they were to now use a standing hoist, which we didn't know what that was, but anyway. And she signed it. And when the staff came in that night, I said, the physio's written a note there. And she said, I'm not doing that. And I said, but the physio's written a note. She said, I'm not doing it until she tells me herself. I said, she's gone on leave. She said, I know. And she just wouldn't, because I think they thought we'd written the note, but we didn't know what a standing hoist was. So I went down to the NUM and I said, look, she has to use this hoist. And they went and got it, but they didn't want to use it because they had to walk down the hall to get it and bring it back every time. So it was inconvenient. But we got it done, and then we saw it was really great because it stands you up, which is wonderful. So there were just a lot of things. It was a rush in the mornings. They put on an extra staff member who was supposed to take the time so Kirby could try to do things for herself, because in aged care people are at the end of life. Kirby was trying to get better, but they ended up absorbing that staff member into the routine, and so Kirby didn't get the opportunity as often to do things, try to do them, because it was time consuming. She had a couple of staff members who would do it. They were great, but the majority just pushed her through the production line of showering in the morning and dressing, and she didn't get that opportunity. So that was disappointing.
You referred, Carol, to the NUM. Is that the nursing unit
Unit manager, yeah.
And McCullough was the rehabilitation centre that Kirby was able to access.
Yes.
And that was a separate facility to
Yes.
Wallace Lodge?
They do have, you can live in there, but Kirby, they didn't think that was the best place for her, and that's why she wasn't there.
How was Kirby's rehabilitation facilitated moving between Wallace Lodge and McCullough?
Well, sometimes they wouldn't take her, they didn't have someone to take her over. If they didn't have a nurse to suction her, they wouldn't go, and the staff over there couldn't suction her, so they couldn't give her rehab. So a lot of times we would go in and do those things. I know one day they were angry with Kirby because they said she'd thrown a tantrum, I think, and her punishment was that they didn't send her to, it was physio that day, and then in front of her the nurse said, or the staff member said, and don't bother about OT either. And that was awful for Kirby because that's why she was there, to have rehab. So her punishment was she didn't get rehab that day.
And Kirby, you've described in your statement to some detail the experience that you had with staff and the feeling of being punished when your needs weren't understood. Is that?
Yeah.
Kevin, in your statement with Carol, you described finding out about the NDIS in May, June 2015.
Yep.
Carol's nodding, so I think I've got the dates right.
Yep.
How did you find out about it?
I don't know. I think that'd be better directed at Carol. I can't recall.
Well, the first time I heard of the NDIS was when Kirby she was coming from the Royal Melbourne to Geelong, and a social worker from Geelong called me before she'd even left and said, you need to get into the NDIS, you need to get your daughter into the NDIS. And I didn't know what the NDIS was. And then I found out it was about disabilities, and I thought, Kirby's going to get better. She doesn't need the NDIS. She's going to get better, being a mum and just hoping that was going to happen. And then later on, we met Kirby's support coordinator. I went to a group called Main Age that tries to get young people out of aged care, and we met who is now Kirby's support coordinator there, and I think she was talking about it, and then we approached the NDIS. But at that stage, on our initial meeting, they said they would have to let us know if Kirby would be accepted into the NDIS. So we sort of thought, well, if Kirby's not accepted into the NDIS, who is? We were stunned at that. But as it went on, she was accepted, and we were in a trial site, so that was a blessing, that was something positive out of this whole experience.
How long had Kirby been at Wallace Lodge at that point in time?
I think she'd been there about, she went there in the November. I think it was about May. I mean, thinking back, it's confusing, but I know we started having meetings then because Wallace Lodge were telling us Kirby needed to go, and that was by the June they wanted her to go. So they were trying to get her out by June, but that didn't eventuate. So,
how did Kirby get out of Wallace Lodge?
Well, the NDIA, when Kirby had an NDIA plan, obviously they helped with home modifications to our home, which enabled Kirby to come home. But that took some time to get that all completed. So, with bathroom modifications and widening of doors and all the things that Kirby needed to access our home. So she was still in Wallace Lodge while those works were taken on.
Kirby's told us that she lives in her own unit these days.
Correct.
How did that come about?
Well, again, that was something that just was suggested to us by Kirby's support coordinator, I think, that there was a gentleman in Geelong, a very philanthropic gentleman that was building accessible homes for people, and that Kirby might be interested in applying for SDA and purchasing one, which Kirby saw from a planned stage. It was still in construction at the time, and Kirby decided that she was interested in one of those units, and so she applied for SDA, and she got the SDA funding and purchased the property. So Kirby's, as far as we know, she's one of the, if not the one of the few, she might be the only person in Australia that is a SDA provider and participant.
And that's because Kirby owned her own unit before.
That's right, yeah, which she sold to aid in the purchase of this new property, yeah.
SDA being specialist disability accommodation, you described that in your statement, Carol and Kevin, and you also talk about supported independent living, or SIL as we've referred to here today. Carol, could you explain how this works presently for Kirby?
The SIL?
Along with the
SDA. The SDA is the payment that the person who has the property receives. So as the owner, Kirby receives the SDA payment to pay for her property, and then the SIL is the supported independent living. So what that means for Kirby, during the day Kirby has her own workers that come in, support workers, because she needs quite a bit of assistance throughout the day. But because Kirby had lived independently before this all happened, she wanted to live independently again. So the SIL are on site, they have their own little, like a motel unit, and Kirby can buzz them. So from 6 o'clock at night until 8 o'clock the next morning, it's just like Kirby's living the life she used to, where she's in her own place, there's no one there, you know, she can watch TV and there's no one sort of around. It's just a little bit back to the normality. So it's a great idea because it gives the independence, but it also gives you that security of having someone there when you need them.
And that's that control, Kirby, that you talked about earlier. Kevin, could I ask you to turn to the statement that's there in front of you and turn to page 11.
Yep.
Could I ask you to look to paragraphs 98 and 99 and read them to the Commission, please?
We are grateful that Kirby received assistance from the NDIS, which enabled her to leave aged care. However, it felt like an ongoing fight to move her from aged care, and we advocated for her as hard as we possibly could. We don't think we should have needed to advocate so hard to get Kirby rehabilitation or to get her out of aged care, because she should not have been there in the first place. We were experiencing the most traumatic event we had ever had to face, and it took a great toll on our health to have to fight the system which should have been supporting our daughter.
Kevin, what did your family need at this time?
I would have liked, as we said before, that somebody was there to sort of guide us through all this, the whole process of transitioning from aged care to our home or to wherever Kirby was going in as the next stage. And it was not an easy process.
Carol, reflecting on what Kevin said and what you've set out there in your statement, of course that's just two paragraphs of it, is there anything that you'd like to add?
I'd like to add that Kirby should have been given rehab. She should have been brought back the 3 nights after she went there that we were promised, and she should have been given the rehab she was promised, and it should have been made available to her in Geelong. It could have been done. It wasn't. If that had happened, she would have had 18 weeks earlier, she would have started her rehab. Who knows how much more she would have achieved. I don't think that anyone ever should go into aged care. There should be places for people to go to, whether it's rehab or whether it's somewhere that they can live in the interim. It's almost like a punishment for having a disability or a chronic illness. I mean, this is what we're doing to people, this is what we're doing in Australia. We're putting people into aged care because we have nowhere else in 2019 to put them. Is that seriously the country we want to live in? I can't believe it. I'm stunned by this whole experience, because I know there are other Kirbys out there now that haven't got people to advocate for them. And they're stuck somewhere, and they could be where Kirby was before we got her into aged care. They could be now able to achieve what Kirby has, and they're not doing it. And they're the people that we're here speaking for, because there are people out there that have no one to speak for them. And that really concerns me.
Commissioners, that concludes my examination.
Thank you. Might I say that I read both of your statements with a great degree of interest, and I have to say, Kirby, I nearly cried when I read yours, to see what you had gone through and how much, as your father says, you had to fight the system to get there. But the great thing is that you're doing it, you're getting there in spite of all of these things. The fact that you've got your own accommodation, you've left aged care, and you've got a future that you're planning ahead of you is a terrific thing. So thank you for that, and thank you to your parents who clearly spent a lot of time and emotional energy supporting you on this pathway.
Commissioner, could I just make a statement?
Yes.
I'd like to commend the NDIA and the NDIS as one of the greatest initiatives that this country's ever seen. And although it is, we all should be proud of it as on a worldwide thing. The only problem I see is that in its implementation is a bit clunky and needs a lot of overhaul of the process itself. But as an initiative, it's something as Australians we should be very proud of.
I agree, absolutely. It's something that takes us to a world-class standard of supports for people with disabilities. And one of the things this Royal Commission is trying to do is ensure that that happens for those people in aged care more generally. So if I may, let me thank the three of you for attendance, and I would like to officially excuse from further appearing before this Royal Commission Kirby Littley, Carol Littley and Kevin Littley. Thank you very much. I gather we're going to continue on after a brief pause with further evidence before lunch. That's good. Mr Knowles.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Mario Amato.
I swear
I swear
by Almighty God
by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give,
will be the truth,
the evidence I give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr Amato, you've prepared a statement for the Royal Commission?
Yes.
Yes. And is there a copy of your statement before you there in the witness box?
Yes, there is.
And that's the statement dated the 29th of August 2019?
That's correct.
It's document WIT.1244.0001.001.
Yes.
Have you read your statement lately?
I have.
Yes. And are there any changes you wish to make to your statement?
No changes.
And are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Yes. Seek to tender the statement of Mr Amato dated the 29th of August 2019, Commissioner.
Yes, the witness statement of Mario Amato dated 29 August 2019 will be exhibit number 9-13.
Mr Amato, you're presently 59 years old
Yes, I am.
and you live in the Australian Capital Territory?
Yes, I do.
Yes. You've had type 1 diabetes since you were a young child, is that right?
That's right. 41 years now.
Right. And you presently have some damage to the frontal lobe of your brain?
I do.
Yes. And you have some trouble with balance and stairs, but otherwise you're physically able?
That's correct.
Now, in 2013, you owned your own tax accounting business and you lived in your own home with your former wife and your 2 children, didn't you?
I did.
Yes. Now, by early 2015, you had been admitted to a mental health ward of a public hospital with depression.
I was.
Yes. What were the circumstances that led up to you finding yourself in that mental health ward in early 2015?
Well, my wife had left me and I'd become depressed. And I was trying to kill myself by having insulin and not eating.
And when you had insulin and you didn't eat, what happened?
I'd have hypoglycemic attacks. I'd be sent to hospital 144 times that happened.
Over the span of how long did those 144 attacks occur?
A year.
What happened to your tax accounting business?
I sold it because I was incapable of running it.
And how long were you in that mental health ward of the hospital from early 2015 onwards?
9 months.
Right. And was it around that time that you acquired the frontal lobe damage?
Yes, in hospital.
And how did that come about?
I was in the mental health ward going to have dinner and I had collapse with a grand mal with epilepsy, which I have also, and a hypoglycemic attack.
So you had a grand mal seizure, is that what
Seizure,
you say?
that's
Yes.
correct.
And that led to what?
Brain damage.
Yes, I see. And
And
how
I had
has-
2 strokes also.
Right, I see. And was that also as a result of the hypoglycemic attacks, the strokes?
Yes, correct.
Yes. And how has that frontal lobe damage affected you, Mr.
It has affected me a lot, but I've recovered quite well.
Yes. What's the main effect that you would experience now?
Main effect is memory loss.
Yes. And in your in that regard, is it your long-term, short-term? What aspects of your memory do you struggle with now?
Long term.
What are some aspects of your life that you have difficulties remembering now?
My children growing up and going on holidays overseas with my ex-wife. I don't remember those at all.
Now, while you were in that hospital, you were visited in April of 2015 by an advocate from the ACT Disability Aged and Carer Advocacy Service, or ADACUS.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Now, was that a visit that was planned or organised in some way for you?
No, it wasn't.
So it was just by chance that this person happened to visit you?
It was by chance.
And what did you discuss with the advocate when you first met them?
She mentioned to me that I could be a member of the NDIS.
And did she help you in some way in pursuing that?
Yes, you filled out an application for me to become a member.
And did you eventually become a participant in the NDIS?
Yes, in April 2016, from memory.
All right. And what happened after you became a participant in the NDIS?
Well, they funded caring for me.
Yes. Did you prepare a plan when you first became a participant in the NDIS?
Yes, we had a meeting with the NDIS managers and we prepared a plan for me.
And did the plan set out your goals, Mr. Amato?
Yes, it did.
And can you recall what your goals were at the time in the NDIS plan back at that time?
Yes, to get out of the aged care facility mainly.
Yes. Now, just going back a step in terms of how you actually came to be in the aged care facility after 9 months in hospital, your brother was appointed your guardian, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was by the ACT Civil and Administrative Tribunal?
Correct,
Yes.
because the public trustee didn't want to manage my affairs.
And on what basis was it considered necessary for you to have a guardian at that time?
Because the doctors determined that I needed a guardian because I didn't have the capacity to make decisions.
And why were you regarded as not having the capacity to make decisions at that time?
Because I had front lobe damage.
Have you subsequently received any neuropsychological report that goes to your capacity to make decisions?
In August 2018, I had another neuropsychological report done. Yes, I did.
And what did that say about your
It
capacity
said
to make
I
decisions?
have the capacity to make decisions and do other things myself, take care of myself on my own.
Now, after the appointment of your brother as your guardian and after the period of time in hospital, why was it that you actually ended up going to residential aged care rather than some other type of accommodation?
Because there was no other accommodation available for me in Canberra.
Yes. And you say in your statement that you were effectively put into residential aged care against your will in September 2015.
Correct.
So I take it from that you were not wanting to go into that type of accommodation.
No, I didn't want to go.
When you went into residential aged care, how old were you, Mr. Amato?
55.
Can you tell the Royal Commission how you felt when you started living at the residential aged care facility?
I got more and more depressed seeing the elderly in the aged care facility and what they were going through.
Did you, in terms of those elderly people, what was the general age group of the people who are in the facility with you?
Above 80 and 90, and getting older.
And what was their state of health like?
Not very good.
In what way, Mr. Amato?
They were dementia or Alzheimer's.
Did you share common interests with the people who were in the aged care facility as well?
Other than talking to them, no, not much.
How did your interests differ? Can you give some examples of how their interests and yours were not the same?
They spoke to me about World War One, the World War and World War Two. I wasn't even born then.
What about other tastes, music and the like? Did you have
I
similar?
like Pink Floyd and other Beatles and things like that, and they talk to me about Mozart and other piano type music. Way out of my league. I didn't understand that what they were telling me.
How did you end up spending your days in the residential aged care facility?
I go walking to get out of the place.
Now, did you make any friends while you were there?
Yes, I did.
And was it difficult for you to form friendships with people at the aged care facility?
No, I'm an outgoing person. That wasn't difficult for me.
Yeah. And what happened in terms of those friendships?
Well, most of the people would die. There was one there for a week at least, and which would make me more depressed being there, and that would sort of cause me a lot of... I'd go to my room and burst into tears each time that happened, and it just wasn't a place for me. That's why I walked out a lot.
And where would you walk to?
Walked from the suburb I was in to the city and back. Went to the city to buy food, order coffee and walk back to the nursing home.
Now, all up, how long were you in the residential aged care facility?
Over 3.5 years.
And how do you feel about those years of your life?
They were a waste of time. Waste of my life.
How did you find, in terms of the residential aged care facility, the staff there?
They were good to me.
Yeah.
I couldn't complain about that at all.
Did you find them to be busy at times? Did you find them to be busy at times?
Yeah, I guess they were certainly busy because all the elderly needed help constantly.
And did you find them attentive to your particular needs as somebody who was not in that age bracket?
Look, the only example I can give that they didn't take care of me is when I cut my hand. Otherwise, they took care of me well.
What happened when you cut your hand?
Well, I cut my hand on a glass frame. It dropped onto my hand and cut my hand open, and it was bleeding profusely for a long time. I wrapped it in a towel to stop it bleeding, and I pressed the buzzer to get the carer to come and help me. She didn't turn up, or they didn't turn up, and I eventually just picked up the phone and went, sorry to say this, bugger it, and I rang the ambulance and they come and took care of me.
Were you taken to hospital at that time?
No, they just stitched me up and left me at the nursing home.
What were the doctors like that visited the nursing home?
not very good.
And why do you say that, Mr. Amato?
I say that because a lot of the elderly would complain about the doctors that would come, and I didn't like them anyway. I found my own doctor to take care of myself, someone that could understand diabetes and epilepsy.
And did you find that in terms of the food that was provided to you, there was an understanding of your condition of having diabetes?
No, they had no idea.
And what's an example of that you can tell the Royal Commission in terms of the food that was given to you as a type 1 diabetic?
Feeding me ice cream full of sugar. Do you think that's appropriate? I don't.
What did you do in response to that occurring?
I rang the Aged Care Commission.
The complaints?
No, the Aged Care Commissioner
Yes.
in the ACT to lodge a complaint over the phone.
And what happened after you did that?
They rang the office rang the office, aged care facility, and they told them to make meals appropriately for me, and then it was okay after that, but the manager at the nursing home told me never do that again because it causes this place a lot of problems if you do that.
The manager told you that about making a complaint to the
Don't
Aged
make
Care
complaints.
Commissioner. Now, in the middle of 2006, you say in your statement that, you also complained to the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner about the fact that you were even living there in the first place, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And what was the response to that complaint?
He said nothing, they could not do anything because it's not in their authority. It's in my guardian's authority and in the nursing home and my doctors to have to make a decision about where I live, not there. Not them.
And how did you feel when you got that response from the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner?
I felt let down.
And what did you do after getting that response?
I went to the Human Rights Commission and lodged a complaint with them.
And what was the response from the Human Rights Commission?
They said, no, it's out of our league.
Did you ever try to run away from the aged care facility?
I did.
Yes. And how did that end up?
The manager at the nursing home rang the police. They tackled me as I was walking away, and they called the ambulance, and the ambulance came and gave me a tranquiliser and took me to hospital.
Now, you've said in your statement that your mood started to improve in around September 2016 after you'd met your now partner, Jane.
Correct.
How did you meet?
Through mutual friends.
Right. And can you tell the Royal Commission what it was like having a partner and at the same time living in residential aged care?
Not very good.
And there are obvious reasons for that, but can you elaborate on why you say it was not very good?
Well, I wasn't allowed out even to go to have lunch with her. Had to have lunch at the nursing home and dinner and breakfast at the nursing home. I wasn't allowed out.
Why was that?
Because of my medication. They wouldn't let me do it myself.
And when you say your medication, do you mean injectable insulin? Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Yes. Now, across this time, while in the residential aged care facility, you maintained contact with the advocate from Atticus
Yes,
and also your NDIS support coordinator, is that right?
correct.
And at this time, was this when your plans for NDIS were such as to include a desire to leave the aged care facility if you could?
That's correct.
And did you ask your advocate for help in getting out of residential aged care?
I sure did.
And what did she do to help you to do that?
She talked to the facility manager a number of times and to my guardian at the time, my elder brother, but the doctors wouldn't allow me to move out at that stage.
And
Because I didn't have a up-to-date neuropsychological report.
And was there any approach made, or how did you go about trying to get an up-to-date neuropsychological report?
Well, my guardian at the time, my elder brother, said he couldn't fund one, and therefore one couldn't be done because I didn't have money at that stage. It cost about $2,500 to do, and I didn't have that at $10 a week that I had in my pocket.
After you met Jane and your relationship developed, where did you want to live?
With Jane.
And did she have her own place?
Yes, she did.
And in terms of getting that neurological assessment, what did you have to do in order to get that?
My two guardians at that time were Jane and my good friend Roger. They said they would fund one for me. I said to them, no, wait for my settlement to come through and we'll get it done then. But that hadn't come through, and the NDIS stepped in and said they would fund it.
And when you say Jane and your friend Roger were then your guardians, had there in the interim been an application made by you to replace your brother with them as your guardians?
I did, but I told my brother I would do that because him being my guardian, it was a 4-hour drive away from me. If I needed things done, they couldn't be done. So I said to him, sorry Joe, I have to get you replaced because it's impractical at the moment. I'll put my two good friends on as my guardians.
And in terms of their guardianship and the neurological assessment that came after that, is that the neurological assessment that you referred to earlier that said that you did have capacity to make decisions for yourself?
Correct.
And that was the one that was finalised in August of 2018, is that right?
Correct.
Now, you've described in your statement that one of the obstacles for you in leaving the residential aged care facility was the level of trust shown in you and your ability to self-administer insulin.
Correct.
Can you talk about that a little bit for us to understand precisely what you mean?
Well, before I went to hospital in 2015, I was injecting insulin into myself and not eating. That's a no-no if you're a type 1 diabetic with the intention of committing suicide. I was trying to do that. So when I went into aged care, they didn't trust me that I wouldn't do that again if I was allowed to self-administer. I can see their point now in doing what they did. But I had to go through the process of proving to them and proving to everyone that I could take the insulin without supervision and I wouldn't try and kill myself again.
Did you have other people, though, that were prepared to supervise you with that outside of residential aged care?
Yes, I did. My 2 guardians.
Yes. And despite that, though, how long did it take for the residential aged care facility to allow you to self-administer insulin at the premises under the supervision of a nurse?
November 2018 was the first time.
Yes. And when had you first been told by a doctor, your doctor, that you were able to do that under supervision?
In July 2018.
So there was a 5-month period before you were allowed to actually do that?
Yes, correct.
In terms of being able to self-administer insulin off-site, outside of the residential aged care facility, why was that important to you?
Because that would mean that I could go out with anyone, have a meal, go out to be a normal person, live a normal life away from the nursing home.
And what sort of events had you had to miss or either make special arrangements for because of your inability to, or your perceived inability to self-administer insulin?
Having a registered nurse around me when I had to do it, to supervise me.
Yeah. Did you have to make those sort of arrangements, as I understand it from your statement, at attendances at weddings and funerals?
Yeah, correct.
Now, after you were able to self-administer insulin under supervision of your guardians, what other steps did you take to regain your independence so that you were able to leave the residential aged care facility?
Go away with my girlfriend for weeks at a time, a week at a time. Go to movies, go to concerts like normal people do, go to the movies with her. I couldn't do that in a nursing home because I was on a 4-hour structure for my medication. Had to be back every 4 hours to get my medication done. I know their system, like it's to stop elderly that Alzheimer's, like, for example, they don't know how to do those sorts of things, do they? So I know why they have those rules in place, but I wasn't Alzheimer's. I could do it myself.
You finally left the nursing home earlier this year. Where did you initially live after you left?
With my girlfriend in Queanbeyan, New South Wales.
And where do you live now?
I live in Melbourne, ACT, with my girlfriend.
And that's Jane, yes?
Yeah, it was settled in May 2019, my property.
And do you have a guardian anymore?
No,
When did you stop having any guardians?
in about April 2019. I think, I'm just guessing, okay, around that time.
But around that time, you were seen as suitably self-sufficient not to require any guardian.
Yes. The Administrative Appeals Tribunal in the ACT allowed me to be my own self-guardian.
Yes. Do you have anybody acting as an advocate for you anymore or assisting you with navigating the system?
No,
Would you like to have a person like that still?
I would, yes.
And do you still have contact with the same NDIS support coordinator?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And what's presently funded for you by the NDIS?
My funding's been cut a lot because of the moving out of the nursing home, but it's appropriate enough to fund things I need, like a 4 hour a week carer. That's enough for that.
And that 4 hours a week, what does the carer do for you during that time?
Take me shopping, we go and have a coffee, I go to swimming lessons and things like that, which I need.
What other things have happened for you in your life since you left the residential aged care facility?
I've got a job.
Yes, and where are you working?
I'm a tax accountant again.
And how many
So
hours
be
a week?
be careful, okay?
How many hours a week are you working now, Mr. Amato?
About 15 to 18.
Yeah. And had you worked at all while you were in the residential aged care facility?
No, not at all.
Okay. What about transport? Have you been? Do you drive a car or anything of that nature?
I'm on my L plates at the moment.
So you're seeking to regain your driver's
Yes,
licence?
on 27th of September, hopefully I will.
Right.
Not far away.
Yes.
So watch out on the road, okay?
Did you ever contemplate trying to get your driver's licence while
Yes.
you were in a residential aged care facility? Did you
Yes,
ever,
I did.
You did think about it then?
Yeah.
Yeah. But did you ever make steps towards doing that then?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what are your interests in life, Mr. Amato? What do you like doing in your spare time?
Following Carlton Football Club.
Well, I feel sorry for you in that respect, I must say, but anyway.
I do too. There's no mention of the Canberra Raiders.
No, they're a waste of time.
Do you see your kids?
Yes, I do.
And how's your relationship with them?
Very good.
Yeah. And what about your other family members?
Yeah, I talk to both my brothers now,
Yeah.
and that's good. I still don't talk to my sister, but she's been off my scope for a fair while because we've had an argument. So you know how family is. But I talk to my friends a lot, joke around a lot. My brain's coming back, okay? I follow Carlton.
And do you have any plans for the future for you and Jane? And do you intend to travel or do other things like that?
Yes, for my 60th birthday next year, I want to take Jane to Italia.
Yeah.
And are these the sorts of things that you felt like you were able to pursue when you were in aged care?
No, not at all.
In terms of your life now, do you think you could have had that life while you were in residential aged care?
No.
Is there anything else that you wish to tell the Royal Commission yourself, Mr. Amato?
Look, the thing is, I know why aged care facilities are there, Commissioner. They're there for the elderly that are on their last steps in life, but they're not for a young person. Then we need something else for younger people like me and the previous person, somewhere else for us to be in. I know that will cost the government a lot of money, but we need to make adjustments to the system. That's all. And younger people shouldn't be in aged care facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Amato. I have no further questions for Mr. Amato.
Thank you, Mr. Amato. I couldn't agree with you more that younger people shouldn't be in aged care facilities. I was struck by the delicacy which you told your story and the very personal nature of that story. But I think my takeaway from what you're saying is that you've now found a new life and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And that the aged care system didn't provide you with the life or the control over your circumstances or the opportunities that you needed to have that life. So that's quite an important message for the Royal Commission. So thank you very much for your evidence today. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to hearing about the holiday to Italy for your birthday. But that said, you're now officially excused from giving further evidence before this Royal Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, it looks like we're ahead of time again, or we're caught up a bit, Mr. Knowles.
Yes, Commissioner, it may be possible to eat lunch away from this
I'd
room.
like to have some lunch, I'd have to say. So how about we resume at around 5 to 2, and we'll see if we've got everyone in the room at that time.
Yes,
Is that
Commissioner,
okay?
please.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Knowles.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before proceeding with the next panel of witnesses, I understand there are some parties which wish to announce their appearances.
If it pleases the Commissioner, my name is McClay. I appear on behalf of the State of Victoria.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
the
McClay.
Transport Accident Commission is a statutory authority.
Thank you.
May it please the Commission, my name is Golding and I appear on behalf of the State of South Australia pursuant to leave that's previously been granted. and in particular Ms Tamara Tomic, who is here on behalf of the Lifetime Support Authority, which is the statutory authority in that state.
Thank you, Mr Golding. Dr Pritchard. Thank you. Welcome back.
Commissioner, perhaps if each of the witnesses might now take the oath or affirmation.
I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth. I swear
I swear
by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Can I start by asking each of you, perhaps starting with you, Ms Cairns, to tell the Royal Commission your full name?
It's Elizabeth Cairns.
Suzanne Margaret Lolland.
Deborah Hoffman. Tamara Ruth Tomic.
Ms Cairns, can you tell the Commission what your present position is?
I'm the head of the Independence Division at the Transport Accident Commission here in Victoria.
And Ms Lulham, your position?
I'm General Manager, Care Innovation Excellence at iCare, New South Wales.
Ms Hoffman?
I'm the General Manager of Care Services at iCare.
And Ms Tomic?
Chief Executive, Lifetime Support Authority of South Australia.
Thank you. Now, can I start with you, Ms Lulham, if I can take you to a statement that you've prepared for the Royal Commission dated the 28th of August 2019. It's document WIT.0433.0001.0001. I understand you have a copy of your statement with you there. Have you read your statement lately?
I have. Yes, I have.
And is there anything you wish to change in your statement?
No, it's fine.
And are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Seek to tender the statement of Ms Lulham.
The witness statement of Ms Suzanne Lulham, dated 28 August 2019, will be exhibit number 9-14.
Ms Hoffman, if I could take you to your statement. Do you have a copy of that there with you? Yes. And that is the statement dated the 28th of August 2019.
That's correct.
Yes, and it's document WIT.0432.0001.0001. Now, can I take you in that statement to paragraphs 11 and 13? And you may be able to check this by reference to Ms Lulham and the statement she's holding beside you. Is there anything you wish to correct in relation to paragraphs 11 and 13 in your statement?
Yes, I note that the order of the numbering in 11 and 13 is incorrect. It should have started with 0433 001 001 in both 11 and 13.
You mean the ordering of the numbering referring to the document ID for Ms Lulham's
Correct.
statement, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Subject to correcting that numbering of her statement, is there anything else that you wish to change in your statement?
No, there's nothing else.
And are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Thank you. I seek to tender the statement of Ms Hoffman, subject to those minor changes.
Subject to those minor changes, the witness statement of Deborah Hoffman, dated the 28th of August 2009, will be exhibit number 915.
Ms Cairns, you've prepared a statement for the Royal Commission dated the 26th of August 2019. and that's document VIH, dot 0023 dot 0001 dot 0001. Sorry, pardon me. I see that I've got the number wrong. It's, as on the screen, WIT dot 0421 dot 0001 dot 0001. Pardon me. Have you had an opportunity to read your statement lately?
I have.
Thank you. And is there anything you wish to change in your statement?
No, there's not.
And are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Yes, thank you. I seek to tender the statement of Ms Cairns dated the 26th of August 2019 with the document number WIT.0421.0001.0001.
Thank you, Mr Knowles. The witness statement of Liz Cairns, dated 26 August 2019, will be exhibit number 9-16.
And Ms Tomic, you've also prepared a statement for the Royal Commission that's dated the 29th of August 2019? Yes. And that's WIT.0393.0001.0001. Have you had a chance to read your statement lately?
Yes.
Yes. And is there anything you wish to change in your statement?
No.
And are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Seek to tender the statement of Ms Tomic dated the 29th of August 2019, Commissioner.
The witness statement of Tamara Ruth Tomic, dated 29 August 2009, will be exhibit number 9-17.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, I've asked you in short compass about your positions now. Can you tell the Commission, each of you, starting with you, Ms Cairns, what is actually entailed in fulfilling the role that you are presently in?
Certainly. The Independence Division is one of 3 claims divisions within Transport Accident Commission. The client group, client cohort that the Independence Division is set up to support are people who've sustained a significant and permanent disability. Those types of injuries are typically spinal cord injury, moderate to severe brain injury, and then we have a smaller group of clients with injuries such as significant burns, multiple limb amputations and blindness. The general expectation of the client group is that they will require a long-term, if not lifelong, need for support from the TAC.
Yes.
The role that I've got is leading the division in terms of its performance, in terms of the client experience, client outcomes, and making sure that we are also managing the scheme on a financially sustainable basis.
Yes, thank you, Ms Cairns. Ms Lollam, can you explain your position to the Royal Commission?
Yes. My role is responsible for a range of duties from managing the complaints and disputes area, looking at legislation and guidelines, as well as different service initiatives like our My Plan, looking at our self-management of our participants, looking at any gaps in services that there are and trying to create new services in the market to meet our particular client groups, and also a role around provider management, all our service providers, in terms of their quality and the services they deliver.
Yes, thank you. Ms Hoffman, your role at iCare?
Yes, I'm responsible for the day-to-day operations and delivery of services to those individuals who have had a severe injury as a result of a vehicle accident or in the workplace. So it's really leading the day-to-day operations of those delivery of those supports and services.
Yes, thank you. And Ms Tomic?
As Chief Executive, I oversee the delivery of the Lifetime Support Scheme. So my role includes ensuring we've got appropriate service planning to provide care and support to participants, ensuring we have appropriate quality and safety frameworks and protocols, and also ensuring the sustainability and governance of the scheme.
And if I can return to you, Ms Lollam, can you just describe in broad compass the nature of the scheme, or the schemes that iCare manages, and what iCare's role is in connection with those schemes?
Okay, so iCare, is a combination of the different insurance schemes within the New South Wales government. So it comprises lifetime care, workers' insurance, the Treasury managed funds, the insurance, New South Wales insurance funds, dust diseases commission, which is people who have a dust disease from an exposure in a workplace, as well as a home builder's warranty fund. But I guess in this group we're pertaining to the lifetime care and what we call the workers' care scheme. So the model that we apply to lifetime care, we now also apply to workers who've got the same injuries as our lifetime care cohort.
And just to clarify, in terms of the cohort in lifetime care, who are they?
So they are similar to what Liz has described. So they are people who have got a mild to moderate to severe brain injury, spinal cord injury, multiple amputations, blindness and severe burns.
And are they similar to what Ms Cairns described in connection with the basis for having those injuries?
Yes. So if you meet, yes, the reason for looking at that injury group was they're a group that have a lifelong need for services over the time. Yes.
In connection with a motor vehicle accident,
or a workplace accident.
Or a workplace accident.
Yes.
But that's a separate
scheme. Yeah, separate
yes.
scheme, separate funding source. But the model we use in terms of the service delivery, it goes across both.
Right.
Both, yes.
And Ms Tomic, in terms of the Lifetime Support Authority, can you just explain what it does and how it does that?
So the Lifetime Support Authority is responsible under legislation for delivering the Lifetime Support Scheme, which is lifelong treatment, care and support for people seriously injured in motor vehicle accidents in the state of South Australia on or after 1 July 2014. The injury criteria is quite similar as described to by my colleagues here. So we cover mild to severe brain injury, spinal cord injury, amputations at a relatively broad level, as well as blindness and burns.
And Ms Tomic, in your statement there at paragraph 9, you say that the scheme fulfils the state government's bilateral agreement with the Commonwealth with respect to the state's responsibilities associated with the NDIS and the NIIS. Can you just perhaps elaborate a bit on that and explain what you mean by that?
As part of the state of South Australia's agreement with the Commonwealth for the rollout of the NDIS, the state agreed that they would have a scheme in place that met minimum benchmarks with respect to injury criteria, as I described, and making sure that we would provide lifetime care and support to that cohort if they were injured in a motor vehicle accident.
And can I ask the other panel members, is that really what is behind the schemes ultimately that you are involved in yourselves?
Yes, the reason why we've combined the workers into our scheme is it meets the benchmarks for the National Injury Insurance Scheme.
And Ms Cairns, I see you contemplating that. The TAC is obviously a long-standing authority insofar as its existence. I take it it's really something that predated the NIIS, but it nonetheless fulfils those obligations on the part of the state of Victoria.
Yeah, the Transport Accident Commission gets its legislative mandate from a piece of legislation from 1986. So we've been in existence since 1987. We also do manage on a contractual basis the support for the people from the Victorian WorkSafe organisation that have sustained a catastrophic injury through the consequences of work too. It's a no-fault scheme, so we already well met the benchmark requirements for
yes.
the NIIS.
Yes. And in terms of the eligibility criteria to be a scheme participant, I think you've referred to the types of injuries that will qualify a person to be a participant, and at least in respect of the motor vehicle schemes, the fact of it having to relate to road trauma as such. Are there any other eligibility criteria in order for a person to be a scheme participant?
So road trauma, it's a definition of road trauma under
but a motor vehicle accident?
Or a transport accident where,
yes.
where it's covered by the relevant state legislation.
Yes. But beyond that, are there any other eligibility criteria other than geographic connection to the state in question?
For New South Wales, the accident can be anywhere in New South Wales, and it doesn't matter if the vehicle is a registered vehicle from another state. The
Yes.
accident just has to be geographically in New South Wales.
And does the same apply in respect of the other schemes in Victoria and South Australia?
It's in Victoria. It's linked to the registration of the vehicle. So we have a number of clients who have incurred their accident interstate, but the link is back to the registration of the vehicle being Victorian based.
For South Australia, in addition to the injury criteria, we have criteria which defines what we mean by a motor vehicle accident, so that is clear. And we also cover only accidents that occur within the state boundaries of South Australia.
And what are the entitlements of a scheme participant under each of the schemes, provided they meet those eligibility criteria? Can I start with you, Ms Tomic, in that regard?
For the lifetime support scheme, when you are eligible based on your injury and accident criteria, you're accepted, generally speaking, as an interim participant for the scheme. From that point of acceptance, we will make sure you get all necessary and reasonable treatment, care and support in relation to your motor vehicle injury. So that includes medical, rehab, accommodation, support for what you need to go back to living in home in the community, aids, that full range of what we would consider care and support for an injury. Usually an interim participation period will last 2 to 3 years, and the purpose of that period is for us to be able to make sure that you will continue to be eligible on a lifetime basis for the care and support you need. An assessment's done, and most of our participants will then go on to be lifetime participants, which entitles them for that care and support for the rest of their lives.
Yes, thank you. Ms Hoffman or Ms Lulham, is there anything that you would say in your scheme is distinctly different from what Ms Tomic has described?
The only difference is our interim period is 2 years and it can't extend beyond that point in time. And just to make the comment, that's mainly that the people with a brain injury may recover sufficiently. People with a spinal cord and an amputation burns usually stay, but
Yes.
A certain number of people with a brain injury do recover.
And Ms Cams, in terms
So
of entitlements of scheme
TAC doesn't have an interim participant status. We've organised ourselves in terms of the 3 claims divisions, so we do get a bit of movement between the 3 claims divisions. The entitlements include income, so if you're an earner at the time and you cannot either go back to that kind of work, you can we'll pay you effectively weekly benefits. If you're a child or student at the time and you reach a 50% impairment level, and that's not going to change, you may be entitled to a loss of earnings potential payment. We pay common law when someone else other than you has been at fault. There's an impairment payment that's scaled up depending upon the percentage of whole body impairment. And we pay for treatment and disability supports, and they range from personal care supports right through to things like equipment, modified motor vehicles, modified houses, and supportive accommodation as well.
Sorry, the last thing you said was
supportive accommodation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do the other schemes also pay for supported accommodation as well?
We don't pay accommodation expenses, except for what we would call interim accommodation, which is while perhaps we're waiting for some home mods to be done, and so people can get out of hospital for that period of time. We'll pay interim accommodation.
But home modifications are
Home
part
mods,
of the entitlements
yes.
that a person might receive.
Yes.
And Ms Tomic, in
Yeah.
South Australia?
We'll pay for supported accommodation, and that is accommodation in respect of what someone needs related to their motor vehicle injury.
Yes, thank you. Now, in terms of the funding arrangements of each of the schemes, are they broadly the same? And perhaps if I can start with you, Ms Cairns, as to what the source of funding is for the scheme.
The primary source of funding is the TAC component of the annual registration fee for a motor vehicle in Victoria. We also, as an insurance scheme, we offset our running expenses through investment returns as well, and that's managed for us in Victoria through the VMIA.
We collect a levy on the CTP policies, and a proportion of that third-party compulsory third-party, and it's what we would call a fully funded. So we collect that levy for that injury cohort for that year to last their lifetime.
And is it the same situation in South Australia?
Yes, very similar to in South Australia. Our lifetime support scheme levy is calculated as a standalone levy by the Lifetime Support Authority under the legislation, and that is also to fund the lifetime liabilities estimated for the cohort of participants likely to enter in the year ahead.
And so, can I ask each of you what you see as the key differences between these state insurance schemes on the one hand and the National Disability Insurance Scheme on the other, recognising, of course, that you're dealing with injuries on the one hand and disabilities on the other, and you're also dealing with a specific cause of injury, if we just deal with the motor vehicle cause of injury, and you're also dealing with limited types of injuries as distinct from a broader range of injuries or a broader range of disabilities. Can you just, each of you, perhaps if I start with you, Ms Hoffman, reflect on how that affects day-to-day differences between your scheme and the NDIS?
I think one of the key differences of our scheme is that it's not age related, so we have people of all ages entering our scheme. There is no age cut-off point at all, so regardless of when you have your injury and what type, it's not related to age. It's not related to your residency as well. That would be another difference. It's just related to if you had the accident in New South Wales. That'd probably be the two key differences in terms of age and residency.
Yes. Ms Cairns, do you have anything that you wish to say in terms of differences between... Because can I just ask, you've had previous experience working for the NDIA, is that right? Can you perhaps just tell the Royal Commission what that experience is?
Certainly. I set up the Victorian trial site in Barwon for the first and ran that for the first 2 years of the trial site status, so that was from 2013 to 2015. And then I moved into a general manager role when the headquarters of the NDIA moved from Canberra to Geelong, and I moved from there to TAC in late 2016.
Right. And bearing on those respective experiences, can you describe what you perceive to be the key differences between the NDIS and the TAC, beyond that which I've just already alluded to earlier?
Yes, certainly. I think probably some of the key things are that we provide a range of benefits. So we can purchase, people receive their income support from us. If there's a common law entitlement, which can be significant, that is something that the TAC is responsible for assessing and paying. Impairment allowances are also an additional benefit. And we also have a direct funding relationship with health. So as someone moves through particularly in my client cohort, when someone moves through their rehabilitation journey, which can take many months in some cases, we have a direct contractual relationship with the health services in Victoria.
Can I just ask you to elaborate on that direct contractual relationship and how it actually works and what benefits you perceive that it has for the TAC and its scheme participants?
Okay. So we have significant data sharing arrangements with the hospitals in Victoria, including the trauma hospital, the primary one being the Alfred, but also Ambulance Victoria. So that gives us information very early on after the accident, and we use that primarily to make sure that people who require our support and are eligible as TAC clients get access to the scheme very quickly. So early identification, and then we can effectively intervene and get close to the client and their family very early on as well. The direct funding relationship that we've got, particularly in the inpatient rehabilitation stage, means that we get access to clients and their families and work collaboratively with the health treating teams to make sure that we're staying close to the discharge planning. That starts very early on in the admission when it's done well. So the outcome of that means that we've got I guess because we're paying the money, we get a seat at the table, for want of a better word, and we get to learn a lot about the client, get to understand what the clients and their families' preferences and goals are, make sure that there's good, strong linkages between the client, between our staff and the treatment teams, the rehabilitation teams, So that the discharge planning, I guess there's no surprises, and it can often take very many months to understand what a client needs, what their recovery or their independence levels are going to be upon discharge, and that really helps inform what it is that we need to do at our end to make sure that the client is going to the best place possible, and also making sure that we work as quickly as we can to make sure that they get the right equipment and the right, for instance, the right attendant care supports, but also where they're going home, that we've got an opportunity to do housing modifications. Now, sometimes housing modifications, particularly with our client group, are extensive. It's a long, drawn-out process. You've got a whole lot of considerations around funding, subcontractors. We do have a housing team within our structure that manages all of that. But that doesn't keep the client in hospital. We have an arrangement in Victoria where we can support and fund the client to go into interim accommodation whilst they're waiting for their own home to be modified. And typically, that is something like an accessible apartment unit.
Yes, and do you have formalised arrangements in terms of provision of those apartment units in place?
We tend to use one provider,
yes.
Not on a contractual basis because they don't have a statewide footprint, but we certainly in the Melbourne metropolitan area, we have a working arrangement. It's not a formal contractual arrangement.
I understand. And can I ask each of you on the panel otherwise, how do your respective schemes, and I'll start with you, Ms Tommy, how do your respective schemes get early access to people who are or may be eligible to become scheme participants?
The primary way we would find out about potential participants for the scheme is through the hospital network. So we have close relationships with South Australia's major trauma hospitals, which in particular are the Royal Adelaide Women's and Children's and Flinders Medical Centre. By having close relationships with those hospitals and the particular units who we would expect to see potential participants of the injury types accepted into the scheme, as well as relationships with the social workers on the wards, we usually get notifications relatively soon post-accident. If it is an injury that is perhaps not as apparent, like a brain injury may not be apparent at the time of being in hospital, we would generally find out through community services or potentially through other rehabilitation providers.
And just in terms of those close relationships, I take it that they're not akin to what Ms Cairns has described as existing in Victoria, that is that they're not contractual in nature?
That's correct. They're not contractual in nature. So we have that relationship because both the treating teams and the Lifetime Support Authority are interested in getting the best possible outcomes for participants. And that means where they're able to move through the hospital system and into acute rehabilitation and then back through discharge planning into their home or into the community, it's in the best interest of all the parties to work closely together.
And so how particularly are those close relationships formed between scheme staff, or I should say Lifetime Support Authority, and the actual hospitals themselves as the key sources, I take it, of people who may be participants in the scheme?
So we have one manager who is our intake officer, and she will do most of the groundwork that's associated with making contact with the participants and their families in the early stages after injury. So we're in the position, given the size of our scheme, we expect about 50 people to be eligible per year, that we do have one manager who's primarily responsible for that intake, planning and assessment process. Once someone is accepted into the scheme, they are allocated an in-house service planner to oversee their discharge planning and understand what the participant's injuries are, their immediate needs, and then over the long term their goals for the future. So that we find that our in-house model, where we have service planners who are allied health professionals working with participants, then enables them to understand and then make contact with the treating teams and be involved in those conversations and discussions.
And in New South Wales, do you also have relationships with these sources of potential participants for your schemes?
We do. We have quite strong relationships, very similar to what Tamara has said in regards to relationships with major hospitals and the brain injury units, spinal injury units as well. So we've really established that quite well. We have regular conversations with them. We have a similar pathway in terms of allocating a staff member who will be responsible for actually liaising with hospitals on a regular basis. So they're well known, they're a known face as well, and so the social workers will know them quite well, the treating team will know them quite well. We call them a community liaison officer, and it's a function that is performed by our single point of contact staff, yeah.
Now, in terms of the NDIS as such, or pardon me, perhaps before I go to the NDIS, you've referred to this, Ms Cairns, how that can lead to an early intervention in respect of discharge planning and how beneficial that can be. Obviously, this hearing is relating to younger people in residential aged care. How does the TAC, in that early intervention discharge planning, come to avoid, if that is what it does, young people entering into residential aged care?
It's a combination of, I guess, the service model that we've got. So like the other schemes, we have a dedicated team of staff. We call them early support coordinators, and their job is to work alongside the client, the treatment team, and the client's family. And they do that from the time that we know about the client. They follow them through their inpatient and slow-stream rehabilitation, and they stay with the client for about 2 years post-discharge. So they follow that client into their community. They're responsible for effectively making sure that the client has access to all the entitlements that are required, that we're responsible to fund. Internally, we have set up a panel that's been running for about 18 months of senior staff. So where someone can't go back to their own home, either in the shorter term or the longer term, or in fact permanently, we have effectively an accommodation panel that's been set up that takes into consideration all of those circumstances. And one of the principles that sits behind that panel is that someone who's under 65, an aged care facility is really the last option. So it's something that we actively work to avoid. We do have a number of clients in shared supported accommodation, congregate care. We do support, as I said before, people in interim accommodation. The panel very much makes the decision taking into account the client's needs, the family circumstances, the client preferences, the family preferences, and effectively guides the thinking and the support around a discharge destination. But there's an explicit belief and approach that we have that an aged care facility is the last resort for someone who's younger.
And how successful has the TAC been in terms of people under 65 not entering into residential aged care?
We've got 13 people under 65 in residential aged care across the state, and only one of those is under 45. And
can you give some indication of what that represents in terms of the overall cohort of people in supported accommodation or otherwise in accommodation that has been modified?
So about 95% of our clients go back either to their own home or to family homes. And that's several thousand. We have about 2,500 clients that we regard as actively that we're actively working with and are deemed by us, and it's an administration term, active management. And we've got about another 1,500 clients in the independence division who we're not actively engaged with because they've been with us for a very long time, and they come and go as their circumstances change. We don't want to be overly intrusive, but we want to stay close enough to the people that need us when they need it. We have 97 people living in shared supported accommodation, and we have very small numbers in SRSs in the state, and we have... SRSs being? They're sort of a boarding house arrangement. So typically in past years they've been used by people who've required supported accommodation at a level. It's typically regarded as a mental health cohort, typically. And then we have about 32 people living in our operated Ripple properties, residential independence properties.
Yes, and they're properties that are operated by the TAC.
Yeah, they're owned by an independent subsidiary of TAC that does the bricks and mortar, and my division supports those clients with with their everyday supports as they are needed, in the same way that we would if they were living in any other environment.
And just to be clear, so of the 2,600 odd active participants in the scheme, you only have 13 who are in residential aged care.
Yes, and one of those 13 is under 45, so some of the others are approaching 65.
Yes, and you provided, as Exhibit 6 to your statement, as I understand it, a de-identified description of people who are in residential aged care. Thank you. And Ms Lollerman, Ms Hoffman, can you say how successful you have been in terms of scheme participants who are under the age of 65 not entering into residential aged care?
Well, we currently have 2 participants out of around about 1,470 in residential aged care. One of them is reasonably young, but it would be fair to say that actually she went home first, and because of family circumstances and at the family's wishes, she is now in a residential aged care. So she wasn't discharged into residential aged care. We would, if a person, it's mainly if a person doesn't have a home to go home to, or the modifications required are too extensive for a rental property, that you might look for a supported accommodation place perhaps rather than a residential aged care. I guess residential aged care just really doesn't come up in the discussion at all.
So for your scheme, like Ms Cairns, it's a case of that being an absolute last resort in every instance.
Yes, and a decision that's reviewed regularly. It isn't you're in there and that's it. I think we have had a few other people over time who have gone in for a period of time and then have moved on as well.
Yes. Ms Tomic, can I ask you about how successful your scheme has been in terms of avoiding younger people entering into residential aged care?
In terms of numbers, we only have 1 participant out of about 207 active participants who are currently in an aged care residential facility. There are a number of complexities associated with this participant. He was already living in that facility at the time he was accepted into the scheme, and it's in a small country town, which also makes, given his needs as well as his circumstances, including pre-existing illness, more challenging to find the right option. For him, this was also a decision based on family needs and wants as well.
Can I ask each of you, how much do you put this down to these relatively small numbers of people, younger people entering into residential care, your involvement at an early stage in the hospital system after a person has been identified as a potential scheme participant? Can I start with you, Ms Tom?
I think that's really vital to the outcomes that we're able to achieve. So because we start that discharge planning and those conversations quite early, and we get to know the participant and their family really well as what their needs are going to look like once they're discharged and likely into the future. Our first preference, similar to my colleagues, is always to make sure that we give someone the option to go back home. So we're looking at home modifications, properties that could be modified to enable them to go back to living in the family unit that they came from. If that is not an option, then we would look at other supported accommodation arrangements and really put the net out there with our providers to understand what options there would be. It would be a last resort to consider a residential aged care facility for someone who didn't need that because of their age.
Yes, thank you.
I think the small numbers that we have allows us at the moment to have a dedicated person, so a single point of contact for people in hospital, which is great. As we grow our numbers to make sure that we continue to have that single point of contact that can actually almost be that person that can help navigate the scheme for somebody and to look at all those options. And I think that's a critical philosophy that we have, that all of our participants have a single point of contact that can stay with the participant and their family and do that. And at the moment our numbers are relatively small, but as they grow, we grow that resource to ensure that that happens.
Ms Cairns, do you have
Yes, I think the opportunity for early identification and early intervention is critical. Having said that, when I talk to the early support coordinators, even though we've got that in place, it's not uncommon that because of the way the hospital system works and kind of the concept of bed blockers, that it's not uncommon that they have the conversations with the treatment team, and where residential aged care is prompted as a discharge destination. It might be an interim discharge destination. So even with these relationships and the direct funding relationships that we've got, and the fact we've got a client sitting with a support coordinator, there's still some things in the system more broadly that place pressure on hospital and rehabilitation beds that lead to some of those conversations in the discharge planning process indicating that if we weren't there and able to influence that discussion, that in fact more people than we've got would be discharged into residential aged care.
I can actually see the other panel members nodding. Is that an experience that you're conscious of in respect of your own schemes, that but for a fairly significant presence in the hospitals, more people might well be discharged from hospital into residential aged care when it's not appropriate?
I think it's possible that it might happen, yes.
And I think also the way that our scheme is funded also plays a part in that because we're working with people early and we're going to have these people with us for their lifetimes, we're very conscious that their quality of life and their independence and their ability to recover in those early stages post-injury, by making sure that they're living in accommodation that suits their needs and their goals, is really important, because that's not only how we get better outcomes for participants, but we can manage our long-term funding and sustainability for the scheme. So that the ability to be able to fund things upfront and early has, I suppose, benefits both the outcomes and the long-term sustainability of the scheme.
Yes.
And can I clarify?
Yes.
I'm not meaning to convey that anyone in the inpatient rehabilitation treatment team necessarily thinks that residential aged care is an appropriate discharge destination, but hospital systems in terms of demand, the length of time that people stay in slow stream rehabilitation creates a real capacity issue for hospitals. And when someone's coming close to the point that they can be discharged, then that becomes the focus of the treatment team, because they know that they've got 20 other people waiting to queue up who need that service. So I would not like the Commission to think that there's anything inappropriate in that. It's just the way the system works, and there isn't a nice kind of downstream transitional opportunity or accommodation options for many people. So the advantage that we've got as schemes is when we're operating in that context and we've got the level of uncapped funding that we've got available to us, we can actually intervene and influence that discharge destination in a way that I suspect if we didn't have those close working relationships, didn't have that focus, the outcome for that client may be different.
Can I ask each of you, perhaps starting with you, Ms. Cairns, to just reflecting on the experiences of your schemes, and of course acknowledging the fact that they are very different in many respects to the NDIS, what lessons the NDIS might possibly learn from your schemes and how that might be of benefit to eliminating entirely, or at least in the short term mitigating the problem of younger people entering into residential aged care?
If I think about the things that we have come to understand works for us in Victoria, and clearly I think the experience across the two other states is similar, it's really important that the need to understand that the clients requiring rehabilitation. So if I think about a young person with a stroke, for instance, early identification and the opportunity, because you know about that client as they're in the inpatient setting, the opportunity then to make sure that you've got a service response in the same way that we do in Victoria with our early support team is, I think, critical. Now, we effectively can achieve that because we have a direct funding relationship. So this, for me, this is something about the health and NDIS interfaces that are really important. It's a really hard job for everybody if you hear about the client and they've been there for months and you hear about them kind of the week before they're due to be discharged. You've got little really that you can effectively bring to the table with a week's notice, and that is a reality. Certainly in the way that I understand how in some cases, the health and the NDIS are interfacing. So early identification is really important because these situations are complex and you need time to, first of all, understand the client, but also organise those supports to wrap around the client so that they end up not going into to an inappropriate environment. Early identification, and I think a dedicated team of planners, I'll call them planners or liaison officers or whatever the phrase may be, that can do what our staff are doing in terms of being known and trusted, I guess, colleagues of the rehabilitation teams. That's really important. The relationships here are as important as the contractual arrangements that we may have, but also the ability to influence that discharge destination, and that goes to kind of the housing supply. So if someone doesn't have a home to go to, where do they go? And I think that's probably another part of the system response here as well.
Can I ask each of you to add anything that you see fit to add?
I think, just to pick up on Tamara's point, is that because we actually have these people for life, we view that early stuff as an investment in them. So, and we invest very heavily in the rehab side of things and acknowledge that for some of these people, they will be recovering for 4 to 5 years post-injury. And so because we pay for both the treatment, the rehab and the support, we don't have any delineations about who's paying for what. We pay for it all. So you can invest in rehab with a view that you may save in your support in the longer term. So it's being able to take a slightly more holistic view about the whole thing as well.
But I think you've also indicated in your statement that sometimes you may have to deal with different governments through your scheme because although the injury occurs in New South Wales geographically, the closest hospital that a person might be taken to is outside the state.
Yes, yes.
And how are those relationships managed with a health system in another state?
Well, it's certainly made things easier now that all the states have a very similar scheme. So and with all with the same injury criteria. So they know our contacts, and we similarly have a contact within Lifetime Care that is responsible for each of those states itself. The majority of those people will move back to New South Wales, but not all of them. Some of them do live interstate and some of them live overseas. So it is about having a group of people who know the services in that area where those people are going back to. So they've got a good knowledge about what's around and what you can build around the person as well.
Yes. Ms. Tomic?
I would just echo the comments made by Ms Cairns and also Ms Lulham that it is about that interaction as a state-based authority with our health system. It's about our focus on recovery and that early intervention, and also the ability to be able to see our rehabilitation and treatment in a holistic way as an investment in someone's outcomes for the rest of their life.
Ms Cairns, can I just ask, following up from something you said there, in terms of the liaison officers that the TAC has, how many of them are there in Victoria, to your knowledge?
The liaison officers, that's the patient liaison officers, so
yes.
they're not TAC employees.
Right, I see.
They're employees in a range of the hospitals, so it's a hospital function not funded by TAC. The role that we have is it's called Early Support Coordinators. So they are TAC staff,
yes.
And they are the group of people, and I've got them around our 4 offices, the group of people who work with the inpatient rehabilitation and treatment teams with those clients and their families at that phase of their rehabilitation and recovery, but also follow the clients out into the community for about a 2-year period. Yes. So we don't, that relationship doesn't stop at the point of discharge because we know that that's a really key transition in someone's life. And so that staff member stays with that client and their family on average for about 2 years post-discharge.
And how many people of that nature are employed here?
I would need to actually check that. That was remiss of me not to have that at my fingertips. But we would have several dozen. Their caseloads on average are around about 25 at any point in time.
Yes,
and we get about 120 to 140 new entries a year. So the number of staff and the caseloads reflect the new clients coming in any year, plus the clients that they're continuing to work with.
I see. Thank you for that. Now, you may have heard the evidence that's been given in this hearing of the Royal Commission that there has consistently been about 6,000 younger people in residential aged care, and of them, I think there is about 4,000 odd that are scheme participants in the NDIS. Do you have any sense yourselves as to why that figure of people, younger people in residential aged care has persisted for so long and hasn't actually diminished? And can I open that to anybody who wishes to answer the question or provide a view?
If I may, this is not a simple problem. It's quite a wicked, complex problem. If it was simple, it would have been solved pretty quickly. I would hasten to say. There is the previous funding models. If somebody was going to be supported in the community under the previous state and territory disability schemes, that was a rationed system. So often, even if you did have a home to go back to, you simply could not access the level of services and support you needed to return to home. So you might not have been able to get the level of attended care you need. The budget for high-cost equipment might have run out for that year. The money available for housing modifications was very limited. Now, the NDIS has certainly changed that and changed that for the better, in my view. But these arrangements, the 6,000 clients that are often talked about, many of them have been there for many, many years. So there's and when you start to unpack that, it's so they've lost contact sometimes with their family. So therefore, there isn't a home to go back to in all cases. And even now, the NDIS can fund that money. There simply isn't a house to go to. So we are looking with, I guess, some optimism towards the what is a growing market with the specialist disability accommodation funding that the NDIS is putting into the market. But that's kind of at the beginning of that journey. So housing supply is definitely an issue. There's something in some cases about family views on this too. So when I talk to clients and their families, they've often had to go through a number of very difficult decision points, and there's some degree of I guess unacceptability about a young person being in a residential care home, but they're there, and certainly some of the clients that we've got, they're there because their connection to their community and their family when they're living in a more remote part of the state is actually the most important thing for them. And I think that's true probably of some of the people living in residential aged care as well. This is a real legacy issue. These numbers haven't suddenly appeared over the last 4 to 5 years, but they do seem to be persistently high. But it requires a particular planning approach. It requires comprehensive funding. It requires a lot of support of clients and where families are still connected with them to grow the confidence about moving out. And they've got to see something that is sufficiently attractive for them to think that that's a worthy thing to do. Previously, it was residential aged care or a congregate care environment, a pretty old-fashioned group home arrangement. So there wasn't kind of a lot of opportunities or different living arrangements that might then get someone who's been living in residential aged care, or in some cases their family, who make decisions on behalf of some of them, to think that there was anything better out there. So there's multiple layers to this. And then, of course, you do have clients who've got really high and complex nursing needs. One of the clients in the table I've presented is in a semi-comatose state because of his brain injury. He requires access to 24 hours a day nursing care, regular suctioning, and it's very difficult to get that delivered into the community. And in his case, he's got very elderly parents who simply would not manage, by their own admission, would not manage him at home. Now, in time, there will be other more age-appropriate living environments for people like him, but at the moment there isn't. So it's a mixture of all of these things that need to be understood in terms of how people came to be there, the choices that were, or the limited, very, very limited range of options that were available to them. And until recently, in most of our states, there's been very limited other options too. So if you're making a choice between residential aged care or congregate care, where you might be living with 6 to 12 other people, they're not really good choices either.
Can I ask each of you to add, as you see fit, what you think could be done in that regard?
I think Liz is right in the way she's outlined all the problems. And I think to move things on, it is very complex, and you almost need to have a very skilled, dedicated workers to do that, who, and we have similar caseloads of 25 to 30 as well, but really for this group, it's probably even smaller than that. It's a really dedicated effort to look at all of the options and to navigate all the systems. And it's not just the NDIS system, it's the Centrelink systems, it's the housing systems. And to have, that's a very skilled person to do, and you've almost got to develop those skills in a group of people to do that. But I do think some of the changes they've made around the SDA, the very recent changes, I think will also assist move some of these people on. But it really does take a very, very skilled person to plan to get someone out and to bring all of that into play and coordinate it all really well.
And to build the confidence of the client and their families as well. Certainly in all our cases, all of these people that our services support have had arguably kind of a near-death experience. And the family dynamics are really important to understand. And I'm not suggesting that's any different with maybe someone who's had a catastrophic brain injury because of a stroke, for instance. But families, the family dynamics typically, not in all cases, but typically become very protective of their person. They've just about lost their son and daughter typically, and they, mums and dads, often in our context, or spouses, become quite wary of situations where they think there's an element of risk involved. So in addition to what Suzanne has said, navigating multiple complex systems is a real challenge and will require a very skilled workforce. But the other job that workforce has is gaining the confidence and building up the trust and capability of both the client and their families to look at alternatives.
And I think the alternatives in terms of models as well, what we now face, which we didn't have 10 years ago, was an opportunity to look differently about somebody's home in terms of what we can do in a home modification space. There's technology that can build independence for people, where we didn't have those sort of options prior. And I think it's important that we had two extremes to some degree, and we didn't have much in the middle in terms of innovative housing models that would allow people to stay at home and be able to be safe, confident, and be as independent as possible. And I think we've now got that opportunity to explore that much more.
Oh, look, I think Ms Cairns, Ms Hogman and Ms Lollam have described it perfectly, and I think that it is exactly that. We've got now opportunities that we can now take advantage of in the way we can think about care and support for people and accommodation, and that understanding of how a holistic approach to looking at someone's needs is not just about, well, how much is that, how's it going to be funded and what options there are, but just to know when you've got people and families at the centre of this, it is a real, and as well as the system issues, it's very difficult to navigate.
Now, each of you have described the very small numbers of scheme participants for each of your schemes that have ended, that are presently in residential aged care and under the age of 65. So in that regard, clearly all of these schemes have been very successful in avoiding that scenario. You would each be aware, of course, that the Australian Government announced its Younger People in Residential Aged Care Action Plan in March of 2019. Can I ask each of you whether, having regard to the successes that each of your schemes have had, were any of your organisations, to your knowledge, consulted by the Commonwealth about the development or implementation of that action plan? And perhaps if I start with you, Ms Tomic.
The Lifetime Support Authority wasn't contacted, but other state organisations may have been.
But you don't know?
No, that's
but
correct.
The Lifetime Support Authority was not contacted or consulted?
That's correct.
Yes. And iCare?
That's the same. We weren't contacted. That's not to say that that may not have contacted fax or one or the other.
But you don't know about that one?
Don't know, and certainly we won't.
It's the same situation in Victoria. TAC wasn't contacted directly.
Yes, thank you. No further questions for the panel witnesses. Commissioner?
Thank you very much, Mr Knowles. And let me say, I found that a very, very interesting presentation, and I think some of the foundational aspects of the NDIS must well be generated from the very good work that you're doing in these areas in the States. So thank you very much for what you've had today and for your generosity of spirit in letting us know some of the ways things are done, some of the shortfalls and some of the challenges. I think it's provided a very useful nuance to certainly my considerations as where we go from here. So thank you very much. I need to officially excuse you. So may I officially excuse Ms Tomic, Ms Hoffman, Ms Lallum and Ms Cairns from giving further evidence before this Royal Commission, and thank you, of course, very much for doing so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I understand there'll be a short adjournment to prepare the video link for the next witness.
That sounds very good. Let's have a break of 5 to 10 minutes while that link is set up.
All stand. Draw attention temporarily adjourned.
Mr Knowles, we have a connection to Switzerland, I think.
We do, and on the other end of the line I call Dr. Ben Gauntlet.
Hello.
Hello, Dr Gauntlet. Nice to meet you.
Now, you're just going to be asked to take the oath or the affirmation. The associate is just
oath.
Oath?
Yes, please.
Dr. Gauntlet, could you please repeat after me? I swear.
I swear.
By Almighty God.
By Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
The evidence I shall give.
Will be the truth.
Is the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gauntlet, and thank you for attending to give evidence despite being overseas. You are the Disability Discrimination Commissioner. You've held that position since the 7th of March this year.
The 7th of May this
year.
Sorry,
pardon
yes.
me, 7th of May this year. You're also a quadriplegic yourself following a schoolboy rugby union accident when you were 16 years old in Perth.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And what are the positions you've held prior to assuming in May this year the position of Disability Discrimination Commissioner?
Possibly easiest if I just trace through my university career. After finishing high school, I did 2 years of medicine before transferring into law. I then went overseas to study at Oxford, where I did a doctorate in law, and at the same time did a master's in law at NYU. Following that, I commenced as a solicitor in private practice. I then went to become an associate at the High Court of Australia, counsel assisting the Solicitor General, and a barrister in Melbourne and Perth, where I was working before I became Disability Discrimination Commissioner.
And am I right in thinking that in 2003 you were the Rhodes Scholar for Western Australia as well, Dr. Gauntlet?
That's correct.
Now, the Australian Human Rights Commission provided a submission to the Royal Commission on the 18th of July 2019. You may not have that before you, but it is for us here at tab 197 of the General Tender Bundle. Do you have a copy of that document otherwise available to you, Dr. Gauntlet?
I do, thank you. I have it on a soft copy on my iPad in front of me.
And were you involved in the preparation of that document, Dr. Gauntlet?
I was not involved extensively, but I certainly had input into the content of the document that I felt that I had sufficient expertise to comment in relation to.
Yes. And for present purposes, can I go to what is paragraph 56 in the document? It's at the page -0012 for those of us here.
Yes.
We're just bringing the document up here.
I've got it.
So paragraph 56. Now, there you were dealing with younger people in aged care and the relevance of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. You say at the end of that paragraph, you refer to the Royal Commission's terms of reference, including the term of reference going to how best to deliver aged care services to people with disabilities residing in aged care facilities, including younger people. And you say that includes the implicit assumption that there is a place for young people in aged care and that that assumption is misguided. and the Commission is strongly of the view that there is no place for young people in aged care in Australia, and extensive regulatory safeguards and provision of age-appropriate care should be put in place to prevent that occurrence. Could you just elaborate on that for the Royal Commission, Dr. Gaunt?
Certainly. Aged care, I would say, has within it a series of elements. One is that you are living with people over a certain age. Another is that you are living in institutional arrangements. And under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Article 19, which can be informed by General Comment number 5, there is a clear mandate that people with disabilities should be able to live independently in the community. And the critical issue is the choice and control that they have. That is, that a person can choose where they wish to live and who they wish to live with in circumstances where they are not in an institution, but rather they have control over their own lives. And so it was felt that, or at least my reading of what was written there, is that the premise of the terms of reference is that there is a place for a young person in Australia in aged care, and the position I would advocate is that from a human rights perspective, that is incorrect.
Just on that, Dr. Gauntlet, obviously the Royal Commission has heard evidence, direct evidence this week about, from people, younger people who have lived in aged care or their loved ones who have seen them live and die in aged care. This morning, the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the National Disability Insurance Agency, Ms Vicky Rundle, was asked about whether or not, having regard to those people who gave evidence, they had the ability to enjoy their rights under Article 19 of the Convention, and she agreed that in the main it was right to say that they had not.
Yes.
Does that come as any surprise to you to hear that coming from the acting CEO of the NDIA?
No, it doesn't.
And why is that?
I think for a long time in Australia we have let this issue lapse in terms of the position of people with, particularly young people with complex care needs in the community, their arrangements once they're discharged from hospital. Because often the people involved cannot advocate for themselves in a forthright manner, it has meant that they have, in a sense, drifted into, or fallen into cracks in the system. And the easiest way for their care needs to be taken care of is for them to have been placed in aged care institutions in Australia, rather than independent living arrangements in the community.
Thank you, Dr. Gauntlet. The Australian Human Rights Commission has also recently made a submission to the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. That submission is dated the 25th of July 2019. For those of us here, it's found at tab 143 of the General Tender Bundle. Do you happen to have a copy of that document available to you as well, Dr. Gauntlet?
Yes.
And that document goes to Australia's compliance with obligations under the Convention, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yes. And I've read out to the Royal Commission earlier today the terms of Article 19, and you have effectively summarised them earlier, that it goes to choice about where you live and the ability to do so as independently as possible.
Yes.
Yes. Now, can you perhaps go in the submission, if you have it there, in respect of compliance with Article 19, to paragraphs 81 and following, which will be found in the version here at pages 20 to 21.
Yes, I have it open in front of me.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gauntlet. So at the bottom of page 20, one sees the heading Living Independently and Being Included in the Community.
Yes.
Did you have involvement in the preparation of this document?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And you've referred at paragraph 81 to the NDIS's Rules and Operational Guidelines for Specialist Disability Accommodation, SDA, and across the page, at the top of the next page, you've described some concerns on the part of the Commission about those guidelines, in particular the concern that the SDA framework facilitates and encourages the establishment of residential institutions and will result in people having to live in particular living arrangements to access NDIS supports. Can you explain why that concern is held by yourself and the Australian Human Rights Commission?
The SDA for specialist disability accommodation arrangements, which are set forth within the rules, are premised on there being a market for the supply of both complex care in the community, but also the built environment relating to a person's needs. And the challenging aspect to this policy is that a lot of what's referred to does not presently exist. And so what can occur is that an individual seeking to live independently in the community can, in a sense, be stuck where they have chosen to initially move to, or with the people they have been initially allocated to. The concern I have is that a person will not be able to show appropriate choice and control as to their everyday life. This includes where a person has a significant intellectual or cognitive disability, that the person's needs are considered in a supported decision-making framework, so that that person can decide what it is they want to in terms of do with their life, and someone is not making a decision on their behalf. The specialist disability accommodation arrangements set forth within the rules, whilst premised on a number of market criterion, do require that there be a significant supply of both physical assets and care support in a number of locations throughout Australia, and dealing with a number of individuals that may, as I said before, have complex support needs. They may have an intellectual disability, but they also may come from a culturally and linguistically diverse background, or be an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. And for that reason, I think there is a very real concern that what could happen is people get stuck in group arrangements where they're forced to live with people under one roof. And the reality of the situation is it just becomes a mini institution rather than independent living arrangement.
In paragraph 82, if I can take you to that in the document.
Yes.
You've there referred to concerns about the lack of appropriate and accessible housing in Australia, which I think you've just gone to a moment ago, but is there anything else that you would say to elaborate on that in addition to what you've already said?
Yes, I would. The term accessible housing there includes people that would not be within the specialist disability accommodation cohort. For example, it includes wheelchair users, people with mobility issues, people of age, etc. And so by having a shortage of accessible housing throughout the community, it puts pressure on people to, in a sense, use specialist disability accommodation housing because they cannot potentially live elsewhere. So there's just a general shortage of overall housing and appropriate housing for people with disabilities in Australia.
And in that regard, do you perceive potential problems with a purely market-based model to deal with that shortfall in housing for people with disabilities in Australia?
I think that when dealing with people with disabilities and their care requirements in the community and ensuring that they can live full and independent lives, it is dangerous to rely upon purely market models because the people that you are dealing with often have difficulty advocating effectively for themselves, and that can mean that they are taken advantage of, or that the market develops in a way which is not always in their best interests.
Can I take you, Dr. Gauntlet, now to paragraph 83 of the submission to the United Nations, and there you've referred to the Younger People in Residential Aged Care Action Plan, about which there's been much discussion during this hearing, and the Commission has welcomed the action. I shouldn't say you, but the Australian Human Rights Commission has referred to the plan and welcomed the action plan, but stated, however, the action plan should be revised to provide that no person aged under 65 years should enter or live in residential aged care by 2025. Can you just explain to the Royal Commission the basis for seeking a revision of the action plan in those terms?
Yes. The action plan, from my understanding, has 3 goals, one of which is halving the number of people aged under 65 entering aged care by 2025.
Yes, that's correct.
I would say that is inappropriate because from a human rights perspective, no person being discharged from hospital or having a disability should be living in aged care whatsoever. That by 2025, we should have developed sufficient resources to ensure there is no young in aged care with a disability in Australia, as it is clearly inappropriate from a human rights perspective, and there is sufficient time to ensure that issues with market development can be dealt with within that time frame.
Thank you, Dr. Gauntlet. Lastly, you've already referred to people needing support in terms of access and advocacy for the purposes of getting the accommodation that's appropriate to them. In paragraph 84, you've mentioned again that role of advocacy, or I shouldn't say you, the Australian Human Rights Commission has mentioned that role of advocacy and recommended a specific stream of funding be introduced. What would
Yes.
that be directed to, particularly in this context where you're addressing concerns about compliance with Article 19 of the Convention?
I think when you consider the people who are eligible or who do have specialist disability accommodation entered into their plans under the National Disability Insurance Scheme, it needs to be remembered that many of the people involved have intellectual or cognitive disabilities, and or they are in extremely challenging circumstances from a socio-economic perspective, given what has occurred to them. Therefore, it is easy for those individuals to be placed in a situation where they just accept what's suggested to be a good outcome. That may not be any fault of the person asking them the question. It may just be that they do not know what they're otherwise entitled to and the benefits of it. And so when they're asked to consider whether they wish to move out of old age facilities or they wish to move from where they're living, they're not always aware of the benefits of doing so, or why they might wish to, or what supports they might wish to have in this different location or the different arrangement in which they're living. The best way to ensure that a person is properly represented in those situations is to have some form of independent advocacy for them, where the person is not beholden either to the care support provider, the National Disability Insurance Scheme, or the accommodation provider. That means that there is a clear voice for that individual to enable them to live the life in which they choose. Often the individuals who are placed in aged care are placed there because they do not have family supports. They may be too old to have family supports, that their parents may be of a certain age, their siblings may have gone off and started their own families. But there is a very real and important role for a systemic advocacy to ensure that people in this situation are properly protected. And in a sense, if the younger people in residential aged care action plan is to work appropriately, there must be a clear mandate for independent advocacy to take place to ensure that a person with a disability knows the rights that they have to seek alternative accommodation options in the community.
Thank you, Dr. Gauntlet. There is one last paragraph in the submission that I do wish to take you to, and that concerns what is said by the Australian Human Rights Commission in respect of the action plan's focus, and that it seems from its wording at least to focus on those who are eligible to access the NDIS. Can I ask you to just elaborate on the recommendation and concern there that's set out at paragraph 85 of the submission?
Certainly, from my understanding, the younger people in aged care plan and the figures from the National Disability Insurance Scheme indicate there are some people in aged care settings who are not eligible for the National Disability Insurance Scheme. And I'm not 100% sure why or how that occurs, but I do think it is critical that a proper assessment take place to enable these people to transition into the community, to assess what their needs are, and to find a way to ensure they're properly supported.
Now, this is obviously a relatively recent submission, having been prepared on the 25th of July 2019. Beneath those paragraphs I've taken you to are a number of recommendations which reflect the terms of those paragraphs. Has there been any response from the Australian Government in respect of the recommendations that have been made by the Australian Human Rights Commission?
No, they haven't.
Dr. Gauntlet, is there anything further that you wish to say to the Royal Commission, whether from your personal or professional experience, about younger people in residential aged care, specialist disability accommodation, or supported independent living?
Yes, please. The ultimate role of the Australian Human Rights Commission is to shine the brightest light into the darkest places. And younger people in Australia living in old aged care institutions, because of their disability or medical condition, is a dark and inappropriate circumstance for this country to have allowed to occur. It is a significant human rights issue that we allow this position to be maintained. We need government to act decisively. It's very easy in disability policy to get into a situation where you think of us and them. us being people without a disability and them being those people with a disability. But the reality of disability is it doesn't discriminate, and a person can become disabled as a result of something such as a brain aneurysm, and that person may be your parent, your friend, your son, your daughter, your partner. But if that does occur, in a humane society, what should take place is that person should be able to receive treatment in the appropriate medical institution and then be released in the community to live independently and live the life in which they choose. To say that by 2025 that we can only halve the numbers of people entering into aged care indicates a misallocation of resources. People who are living in aged care with disabilities do not unfortunately have a voice. They're often in circumstances where they feel extremely challenged by the life in which they live. They may be depressed. They may have a cognitive impairment and they may have an intellectual disability. But that lack of a voice does not mean that circumstances such as the Royal Commission and the Human Rights Commission for that matter should not shine a light on the issue that exists. And it's quite simple. By 2025, we should have no people with disabilities in Australia living in old aged care institutions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gauntlet. I don't have any further questions for the Disability Discrimination Commissioner.
Thank you, Dr. Gauntlet. I don't think I could have put that better myself, or indeed more clearly. It's terrific that you were able to join us from overseas today. We really appreciate it, and your preparedness to come and give evidence and explain the particular issues and the requirements on our country in terms of our UN obligations. We thank you very much for that, and I think all that is left for me to officially excuse you from giving further evidence before this Royal Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Goodbye. Now, there is a question. Do you want us to take a short break?
I think we are going to have, if the Commissioner pleases, a very short break to just allow for the next witness to get ready to give evidence.
And I might make a little statement once he's taken the oath, if that's possible. Thank you.
Commissioner, please.
Mr Rosen, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Commissioner, the last witness that we will call today is Mr James Anthony Nutt, and I formally call Mr Nutt to the witness box. Repeat after me. I swear.
I swear
By Almighty God.
by Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give.
that the evidence I shall give
Will be the truth.
will be the truth,
The whole truth.
the whole truth,
And nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Mr Nutt, welcome here this afternoon. I know that there have been considerable difficulties for you to give your evidence before this Royal Commission this week, and I sincerely apologise to you for that. I'd certainly been looking forward to it because you were in fact the first witness statement I read in preparation for this Royal Commission. The problem seems to be that our national airlines have been unable to accommodate your particular needs.
That's correct.
I know that you've arrived at airports to be told that you cannot board the flight. Late cancellations of flights have left you away from your home and your support because no suitable alternative arrangements were made by the airlines for your needs. We thank you for your persevering with this and preparedness to be with us here today.
No worries. It needs to be heard, so I'm happy.
Good-o. Well, in my view, the ability of those with disabilities to travel throughout Australia is very likely to be relevant to the Disability Royal Commission, and I intend to raise this with my counterparts at that commission as well. Thank you, Mr Rosen.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Nutt, you were due to fly down to Melbourne on Sunday night so that you could give evidence for us on Monday morning, is that right?
That's correct.
And how did it feel when you learnt that you were going to be unable to do that for the reasons that Commissioner Briggs has just explained?
It was soul destroying. I needed to come here because people like myself, young people in residential aged care, I needed to be here to give my voice for all of those who are not able to get here to do it. And I just felt as though my evidence was just going to be trampled into the ground without being able to be heard whatsoever. And I feel that everybody with a disability living in a nursing home, we need to be heard. It was just soul destroying, Peter.
Thanks. Now, would you prefer that I called you Mr Nutt or James?
James, Peter.
Okay, and I'm very happy for you to call me Peter, James. James, I just need to deal with some formalities at the outset. Can you confirm for me your full name is James Anthony Nutt?
Yes, James Anthony Nutt.
And you made a witness statement for the Royal Commission, which you signed for us on the 24th of August 2019, is that right? And there are a couple of minor changes that you'd like to make to your statement about the age you were when you first entered aged care.
Yes.
Perhaps if we can go, please, to paragraph 18, which is at the bottom of the second page. I'll just ask that to be highlighted so that you can see that on the screen. Is that visible to you there, James?
Yes.
Where it says I was 22 at the time of my entry into aged care, it should be I was 21, is that right?
Yes, I was 21.
We'll make that change there. And in the following paragraph 19, if we could have that highlighted, please. We need to make a corresponding change at the end of the second line, where it says I'm 22, it should say I'm 21.
Yes.
With those changes, are you happy that the contents of your statement are true and correct?
Yes, I am, Peter.
I'll tender the statement of James Anthony Nutt, dated the 24th of August 2019, Commissioner.
The witness statement of James Anthony Nutt, dated 24 August 2019, will be exhibit number 9-18.
Commission pleases. Mr Nutt, where did you grow up?
Merriall.
Where's that? For the Victorians in the room.
Small country town, halfway between Newcastle and Dubbo, so 250 kilometres west of Newcastle.
Did you grow up with brothers and sisters?
Yes, I'm one of 6, the third eldest.
Brothers, sisters, or a combination of the two?
My eldest is Kelly, brother young to me is Jonathan. The next in the family comes Emily, Hamish and Jordan.
And went to school in that town?
Yeah, I went to school till secondary school. Then I went to St Joseph's Aberdeen till 99, year 10. And I finished year 11 and 12 at Marywall Central.
When you left school, what were your intentions, James?
My intentions after acquiring a job as a trainee explosive ordnance technician and being one of 2 civilians to ever do a ammunition technician officer's course, which entailed learning about any explosive ever made, how to approach and detonate, if they was UXOs, unexploded ordnance, and place detonators down and dispose of them. I then enrolled to go to Duncrew Military Academy.
Yes.
Which I would have been doing at the start of 2004.
Okay. Now, of course, before you had the opportunity to do that, in September of 2003, you were assaulted at a local footy game.
Yeah, rugby league football grand final after party, Peter.
Right. And that was at Aberdeen in New South Wales.
That's correct.
I won't ask you too much about the detail of that, but it left you with a brain injury.
Yes.
And it left you paralysed from the waist down.
Nipples down.
I'm sorry?
My nipples down.
Yes. And ever since then you've required support to assist you with the activities of daily living, showering and so on.
That's correct.
You're currently living in specialist disability accommodation in Belmont in New South Wales?
Yes.
I'll ask you a bit about that in a moment. But of course your life changed forever really, didn't it, at the time as a result of the assault?
Yes.
And you were first treated in hospital between September 2003 and May of 2005.
January 2005, sorry.
Oh, January 2005, I'm sorry. And was that a combination of hospital and rehabilitation?
Yes.
And I know these events are a long time ago, and you're obviously doing your very best for us to remember everything about this.
Yep.
But I assume you don't remember every single detail, every single day of the time?
No, but I've got a fair idea of what was happening.
Indeed. If I can ask you briefly first about that. You were in Muswellbrook Hospital and then you were in John Hunter Hospital and ultimately Rankin Park Hospital.
Yes.
And then I want to ask you about the next period, which was from May of 2005. You were admitted into the brain injury unit at the Royal Rehabilitation Centre in Sydney.
Yep.
I just want to ask you about how that worked for you. Where your parents were where at that time?
Marywall.
And were they able to visit you at the Rehabilitation Centre in Sydney?
Yeah, they came down every weekend.
Right. And what about your siblings? Were you having much contact with them during that time?
Not a great deal. So 4 of the 6 of us live in Brisbane.
Yes.
So.
Right. And you did a period of rehabilitation at the rehab centre and then went back to Rankin Park Hospital?
Yeah, just Rankin Park to be able to be transferred onto Muswellbrook Aged Care Facility.
Right. Just before we get to that point, what was your understanding of why you were ultimately discharged from the brain injury unit?
I believe it was they didn't see me of having the ability yet to be able to leave hospital and care for myself.
Yes.
I wasn't muscular. I wasn't improving with muscle growth.
You said in your statement that you're a sociable person, James?
Yes.
Did the injury affect your sociability, your attitude to life?
It didn't really affect my attitude, but it affected everybody who was sociably included with my life as soon as I moved to the nursing home.
Right. I want to ask you a bit about the move to the nursing home. So there came a point where the doctors were saying to you that they considered that the rehabilitation, you couldn't really improve that much more through the rehabilitation. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you began a search for alternative accommodation with your parents. Is that right?
Yeah.
They were helping you?
A little, yes.
Yeah. And what was your wish? So at that time you were how old were you by this time? 23? Is that right?
No. I was 21 when I moved to New Muscle Aged Care, so
I'm sorry, you're much younger. You're about
20.
20, yes. My apologies, James. What was your hope? Was there any possibility of you returning home to your parents?
I believe there was a possibility if I was able to stay out the brain injury in longer.
Yes.
And continue on with my rehab, so that once I could get in and out of bed, I would have been more than able to go home.
And what did you do with your parents to find alternative accommodation at that time?
Well, they took Mum, Dad and I to a few group homes.
Yes.
None of these group homes, there was nobody with the ability to socialise whatsoever. All they could do was grunt and kind of scream out. They couldn't talk.
And where were those group homes?
In and around Newcastle.
Right. I take it that they weren't attractive options for you.
No.
You've already told us that you're a social person. You wanted to be somewhere where you could make friends, presumably.
Yes.
And so ultimately, there was no option really but to go into a nursing home. Is that right?
That's correct, Peter.
Yeah. And what did you think about that?
Well, it wasn't the ideal place to be going, but compared to going to a group home where there would have been no communication whatsoever, I've kind of decided that old people may be better than just having people grunt at you.
And so you went to Muswellbrook Aged Care Facility, and where's Muswellbrook?
Muswellbrook's about 85 kilometres east of Merriwa, so it's a lot closer to my hometown, a lot closer to Mum and Dad.
Yes. And you were 21 at the time that you moved into Muswellbrook, and in your statement you say you were the youngest resident there by at least 40 years.
Yes.
And I suspect that most of the people there were considerably older than that, perhaps in their 80s. Is that right?
Yeah, there was one man in his mid-60s, and everybody else was mid to late 80s.
Now, James, in your statement at paragraph 19, you describe how it felt for you going into aged care. Can I ask you to read that out, if you wouldn't mind?
The first night I was there, I went back into my room after having my tea, and I closed my door. I dropped my head into my hands and started crying as I thought to myself, I'm only 21 years old. I've got maybe 65 years left in my life, and I'll be forced to live here for the rest of my life with no ability of ever getting out. That's why I was sentenced.
You've talked about that in your statement as a sentence. Ultimately, you describe it as a 7-year sentence by the time you got out of aged care.
That's correct. Those 7 years felt so much longer than that.
It's probably obvious, James, but what was it about being in residential aged care at Muswellbrook initially that made you so anguished and so depressed?
The fact that I couldn't communicate, the fact of being shut in the room watching the same John Wayne movie over and over each and every day for months, then the fact of saying hello to people. My name's James. I find out what their name was. 2 minutes later I may have forgotten them, but yeah. Having not one thing to communicate or speak about, and it, having no feeling as though there was nothing left on this world for me to do, because I was confined, I was incarcerated.
Were you able to leave the premises?
As I was incarcerated. Out the back there was a smoking area, maybe 10 metres by 5 metres. It was like a fenced backyard pool area. Out the front, you couldn't even get out the front door because the nurses' hospital station was there. And once again, pull up, tall fences like you get in a backyard pool.
Can you tell us a little bit about the other residents at the home? You told us they were considerably older than you.
Yes.
Did some of them have dementia?
Yes, large majority.
How many residents were there approximately? Do you remember?
20 odd.
Okay. And you've mentioned the repeats of the John Wayne movie. Were
Yes.
there other social activities that were that you could participate in?
Once a week they played bingo. That was it.
And I take it from that, James, that wasn't an attractive option for you.
I locked myself in my bedroom because having massive DVD marathons. I did this for years, probably watched the same movies 10 plus times.
What about visitors? You told us your parents were able to...
Yes, my parents were able to visit.
How often did they come and see you?
Every weekend.
What about others? What about friends?
No, I had friends visiting me while I was in hospital. As soon as I moved into nursing homes, they might come 2, 3 times, and that's it, because they see the hell I'm going through living where I'm living, seeing that I don't feel there's anything left to live for, because any friendship I made, anything that I formed there at nursing homes, it was just gone because of death. So they didn't really like seeing me always upset due to losing friends.
Were you able to make friends with any of the other residents in the home?
Yes, you'd make a friend or two, but within a couple of weeks, a week, that'd be it. They'd no longer, but they'd be dead. Which once again is very soul destroying.
Yes.
You make a friend and then you mourn because they die.
The paragraph 35 of your statement, if that could perhaps be brought up on the screen in front of you, you say that you were eventually linked to a community group called Challenge.
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit about that? How did that happen?
I'm not too sure how Challenge came about, but it was an opportunity for me to get out of the nursing home.
Yes.
The people that went to Challenge had brain abnormalities, so I'd go there. I can remember stuff at this stage, but They had never known life, although it was good to be able to go out and see people of similar age, and then be able to go out and see people of similar age and then the same age as you supporting these people. So that was a massive sociable thing.
Yes. Improved your quality of life.
Exactly. And the challenge was they took me to the PCYC gym, which was a massive, really great thing I felt that I was given a chance to do. Because once again I was building my upper body strength.
Yes.
And socialising once again with people that went to the gym, gym instructors, and it was the best day of the week.
You say it gave you something to look forward to.
Exactly.
And how did that impact on your attitude to life at that time, James?
It brought on so many positive attributes. Like before that day of going to the gym, I went challenged maybe once, twice a week, until going to the gym, doing something that I actively wanted to pursue.
Yes.
There wasn't really much going on in my life at the home.
Paragraph 39 of your statement, if I could please be brought up on the screen, you talk about how any improvement that you'd been experienced at the rehab centre stopped when you went into the nursing home. You say, I think cognitively I went backwards. Can you explain to us what you mean by that?
Yes. Not using my brain, being in the nursing home, not thinking for yourself, you're being instructed. You'll go to bed at this time, you get up at that time, you won't have no say. And then having no interaction with the other residents there. Your brain goes to mush as you're not using it.
You mentioned in your statement you didn't even have a choice of what you ate. It was just presented, that was your meal.
Exactly. You got a 2-week menu which is they've continued on every fortnight.
Yes. Now, in May of 2009, so after about 3 years at Muswellbrook, you moved to the Merriwa Multi-Purpose Service. There's a paragraph.
4 years at Muswellbrook.
4 years, was it? Paragraph 40 of your statement. Can you just tell us how that came about? Why did you move to Merriwa?
I moved to Merriwa Multi-Purpose Services as my family are from Merriwa.
Yes.
And yeah, if I went back there, I would have a lot more visits, be able to be a lot closer to where they were.
It was the town where you grew up, of course, wasn't it?
Yep.
How did the experience at Merriwa compare to Muswellbrook? Apart from being closer to home, which presumably was a positive aspect, what about the day-to-day living there? Was it different or much the same?
It was much the same, though it wasn't such a penitentiary because there was no gates. You were not trapped on in the facility. So I could drive down the street if I liked.
You decided to go out to the local RSL on the first night that you were there. How did that go down with the staff at Merriwa?
Not too good at all.
Really?
I knew to have had a asked them if I could go out. They were, no, James, you're not going down the street. So rather smartly, I was left without letting them know. When I got back, they weren't too happy about it at all. But, yeah.
What was the attraction at the RSL?
Some raffles, members draw.
I think you were seeing your parents there, weren't you? Is that
Yeah,
they were there too?
They were there too.
Yeah. You say at paragraph 44 that there were some improvements at Merrill, but you considered that you were still depressed about your experience. It really wasn't that different. You were still surrounded by people considerably older than you.
That's correct.
And a lot of the problems that you'd had at Muswellbrook really were perpetuated at Merrill. Is that right?
Yep. The problems didn't really change. They were all still there.
Ultimately, you were at Merrill for another 3 years after the 4 that you spent at Muswellbrook. Is that right? A total of 7 years in residential aged care?
Yeah.
And I wonder if you could read out for us paragraph 47 of your statement, James, where you sum up your residential aged care experience. Just get that highlighted on the screen for you there, mate.
I was sentenced to live in residential aged care for nearly 7 years. I say sentence because it felt like jail. It's not right for a younger person to get locked up in a facility like that. It's not an appropriate place for a younger person to be forced to live. It was not appropriate for me, and would not be appropriate for any other younger person. At times the staff did not seem to care that I was a younger person with different needs to the other residents. My complaints seemed to fall on deaf ears.
Now from this point, the story gets a bit more positive, doesn't it, James?
That's correct.
But the turning point in your story was an event that happened purely by chance, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Do you want to tell us a bit about that?
In 2008, when I was at Royal Rehab Centre Sydney's brain injury unit, I was featured on a story in either Today Tonight or Beyond Tomorrow ABC program about alcohol-fuelled violence, and by chance, Miss Trish Rutherford, a coordinator for Northcott Disabilities, saw it, and they were in the process of building the first villas, they were called, first 4 apartments for young men in residential aged care. If I didn't go to Sydney to brain injury that year for rehab, I would not have gotten out of nursing home. I could still be there today. It was purely by chance.
There's the chance. There was a series of things that lined up, weren't there? You were at the brain injury unit, you got featured on the TV show, and the lady from the Northcote Society happened to see it.
That's correct.
Is that right? And came to visit you at Merriwa. Tell us about that, how that then played out. So as a result of her meeting you, what did she tell you about the options that might be available to you?
She explained to Mum, Dad and I that Northcott were building these villas in Mount Hutton. And Mum, Dad and I were kind of a bit concerned that they might be like group homes.
Yes.
So there was 4 villas, 2 single-man units and 2 two-man units. Trish continued to reassure us, no, there'll be young people with similar type disabilities. They'll be able to communicate. Their brains they've got acquired brain injuries, but they're at much greater levels with their memory than what people that live in group homes were.
And you eventually moved out in November 2011?
Yes, that's correct.
To accommodation in Waratah in northwest Newcastle?
That's correct.
And it was quite a big place, wasn't it, that you were in on your own? Was it a 3-bedroom apartment?
3-bedroom apartment.
And how did you feel about being there on your own?
I was extremely happy. It was my house.
Yes. And were there people there who were able to assist you with daily
Yes.
living?
Yes.
And do you want to tell us a bit about that? What sort of assistance were you receiving?
Well, I had Shane and Pedro, my 2 disability support workers.
Yes.
Every night I got to cook what I liked. That helped me do whatever I liked in the afternoon, like go down, get a meal at the pub, go and watch the footy, or anything I wished to do. But
how did that feel, James?
When you're given the freedom of choice, that's a massive thing in life.
Yes.
When you've had no choice for years and years, choice means power.
You enrolled in a TAFE course?
Yes, Certificate 2 in Community Services.
And tell us about that. How was that experience?
It was really good, because moving out of the nursing home and being reconnected with society, and after this happening, my brain is healed each and every day due to having opportunities and taking these opportunities. This is why I was able to begin this course, to complete this course and to pass this course.
And what are your intentions with that certificate? Are you intending to try and use it to get some employment?
Yes. I'm going to begin doing my Cert 4 in drug and alcohol.
Yes.
Upon finishing that, well, I'm actually going to be starting before the end of the year, hopefully going to start going and giving talks, speeches at high schools relating to the use of drugs and alcohol. I was never on drugs, but alcohol is why I'm in a chair, going to a rugby league football grand final after party, not knowing what my boss was like when he was drunk. But yeah, going to these schools, if just one person out of 100 listens to me and thinks, hang on, I'm stopping here, that's enough beer for the night.
Yes.
Or goes out, maybe I won't drink tonight. That's going to be more than worth it for me. Because it might only take that 1 in 100 to listen. If they didn't listen, perhaps they could have had something not very pleasant happen to them.
Yes. You say in your statement, James, that enrolling in the course and completing the certificate helped to switch your brain back on.
Yes.
So that the brain was switched off, I think you told us, in your time at Resi Care, and is that how it felt? You were sort of living again. Is that a fair description?
That's correct. I wouldn't have been able to complete that course living at an aged care facility. My brain wouldn't have been able to switch on to be able to remember any of the information which was getting spoke about in the courses, lessons.
Now, after some time in that home, you moved into Mount Hutton Villa.
Yes.
In June 2013. Can you tell us what led to that? You were waiting for that to be completed, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that accommodation like compared to the 3-bedroom place that you'd been in?
Well, it was a single man unit.
Yes.
With all purpose built, so I had kitchen benches and sink that was on hydraulics, lifted up and down, a ceiling hoist, so it could just be connected to my sling place underneath me, picked up and put on the bed.
Yes.
So it was a lot fancier due to the new technology than just a normal everyday house. This was purpose built for people with disabilities like myself.
Initially, that was terrific at Mount
Yes.
Hutton.
Started
Amazing,
off
you say.
great.
But then it changed. What was the change?
Probably the fact that they went through so many coordinators, and then the coordinators would not offer contracts, renew the contracts of the support that were there, and the ones they didn't renew were the contracts of the good workers that you built relationships, that knew exactly how and what to do to help support you, and without their contracts being renewed, you had to teach new people coming in to support,
Yes.
had to regain trust, relationships, and with this just happening over and over again, and needing to regain all these relationships, I just didn't see it as a place for me to continue to be. I was made an ambassador for a not-for-profit organisation, the Summer Foundation, whose goal is to get all young people out of residential aged care. Being made an ambassador for them, I found out about the Belmont villas, the Belmont units where I'm living now.
I'll just jump in there for a sec, James. How did you come into contact with the Summer Foundation?
That's a good question.
You
Not
don't
too
remember?
sure. No.
That's all right. Anyway, you did, and I cut you off. They put you, they drew your attention to the Belmont accommodation, and you became an ambassador for them. You continue to be an ambassador for them, don't you,
Yes.
James? What does that involve?
It involves letting the community, letting Australia know about UPRAC, young people in residential aged care.
Yes.
It's our goal to abolish that, or decrease it drastically in time. As it went, 6,500 young people in residential aged care, I believe.
Yes.
When I became the ambassador, it was 3.5. It's just disgraceful that it's nearly doubled in so many short years.
What do you do as an ambassador, James? What does that involve? Talks?
Yeah, involves talks and then media.
Yes. And tell us about the Belmont accommodation. When did you move there? I think it was early
February 1st, 2017.
2017. Firstly, where is Belmont?
Belmont's situated on Lake Macquarie, the largest lake in the Southern Hemisphere.
What's the accommodation like?
Oh, it's absolutely wonderful. I couldn't expect a better unit than what I've got at the moment. I've got a penthouse with my balcony overlooking the lake. Can't get much better than that.
Living the dream, Joe.
Exactly, living the dream.
And who's there with you? What's the setup?
I'm living in my unit by myself.
Yes.
Setup is, I've employed every single person that comes into my unit, I've ticked off. It's been me that's decided I would like Casey, I would like Karen. It's my decision who comes in and who works with me. Bet.
You mentioned a moment ago about the turnover of the staff in your previous accommodation and how that was part of the problem there.
Yes.
I neglected to ask you about this, but the NDIS started to be rolled out, didn't it, around about that time in that part of New South Wales?
Yep.
Did that initially make much difference to your life, do you think? Did it give you more control over, for example, choosing support workers?
Yes, it did, but not while I was at Mount Hutton at Northcote. I had no say in who got employed. It was just the organisation going, they're good, we'll put them on.
Yes.
Which isn't the way things should be done. It should be how I'm living today.
Yes.
I get to run the interviews. I get to say, okay, Casey, you'll be a support worker. Rebecca, I want you. Sorry, Mark. Sorry, Peter. Sorry, John. I don't feel you fit the bill, rather than being organisation saying,
yes.
Sorry, Mark, Paul, John, we feel you're going to be right. How about you just go and work with James?
You say, James, at paragraph 68, that your life in the supported disability accommodation of Summer Foundation can be defined with the words choice, control and independence.
Yes.
You're in the driver's seat in your life,
yep.
You say. What else have you been able to do at Belmont during this time that's improved your life, James?
Having the choice to do what I want. Being able to say, I'm going there tonight, going here tomorrow. Are you able to support me to do such? That's really one of the massive things and a massive positive about anybody's life. Choice. Choice and control. Without those, what is life?
You spoke a moment ago about your desire to do school talks about
yes.
the dangers of drug and alcohol consumption and violence. Is that something you can see as being a paid role in some way, or do you see yourself doing that on a voluntary basis?
Maybe to start with voluntary, but hopefully it may be able to lead to some type of motivational speaking thing which will become paid.
James, you obviously had a great interest growing up in explosives and the like, which is what led you to pursue that option of going to Duntroon. Do you see in the future any chance of being able to get back into that line of work? Is that a possibility, do you think?
I'd love for that to be possible, but no. You have to be continuity checked, not allowed to have any positive or negative forces or fields coming off you. Otherwise, a lot of explosives will go bang.
Yes. You complete your sentence, James, your statement, James, with a message to the Royal Commission. And rather than me reading it out, I wonder if I could ask you to read out the last paragraphs of your statement, starting at paragraph 76.
I believe that no matter how severe the disability or condition, a younger person should not be in residential aged care. Just because you have a wheelchair, cerebral palsy, might have a broken leg, and amputated arm, amputated leg, this does not mean you should be shut away and forgotten about in a residential aged care facility. When you put us there, we lose the ability to run our own brains. They switch off. We no longer make decisions or have to think for ourselves. We become institutionalised. There is nothing on offer for us. It is really important to me that the Royal Commission understand how unsuitable aged care is for younger people. I don't want anyone else or anyone else's family have to go through that or what me and my family went through. I was lucky in that I eventually was able to leave and now have my own life. The quality of my life now and what I'm able to do and the things I want to with my life. Show just how much of limitation aged care has put on my life. No one seemed to care. No one seemed to notice the opportunities that were being taken from me. It should not happen to anyone, nobody else.
Thanks very much, James. They're the questions that I have for Mr Nutt, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And might I say, Mr Nutt, thank you very much. It's a harrowing story, what has happened to you, from innocently going along to a football match or a post-football match party and then finding yourself in the circumstances that you did, and then living a life of frustration and isolation and brain-dimmingly dullness must have been just absolutely awful, and our hearts go out to you for that. But it's also great to hear about the positive steps that emerged in the last few years and the way the NDIS has stepped up to the mark in helping you and getting you into that accommodation in Merewether? No, Belmont. So well done, and I do want to again apologise for the difficulties you've had in getting here today, but I have to say I'm very appreciative of the fact that you persevered and that you came and stuck with it and came here today, because your evidence has been very important to our considerations here, and I've certainly got the message about what you're saying about no young people should be in residential aged care.
Yes.
Thank you, and you are excused from further attendance before this Royal Commission, and I hope you have a safe trip home and that the airlines come through with a flight in the very near future. So thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you and everybody for giving me the opportunity to come give my evidence, which to me feels I'm very blessed. I just hope everything I say sinks in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, we'll adjourn these hearings until Friday morning, Friday the 13th of September at 9:30 a.m.